And for presentation of the colors by the California Highway Patrol Honor Guard. Let's thank the California Highway Patrol Honor Guard. Before we sit, we will observe a moment of silence honoring the officers who have died in the line of duty since our last meeting. Deputy Hector Cuevas Jr. of the San Bernardino Sheriff's Department, who died in a high-speed pursuit collision March 17th, 2025. Officer Osmar Rodarte of the Marysville Police Department, shot and killed while serving a warrant March 26, 2025. And Officer Samuel Riveros, Baldwin Park Police Department, who was shot and killed responding to a call last Saturday night, May 31st. Thank you. Let's take our seats. Yeah. Ms. Essex, would you please call the roll?
Chair Long. Good morning, Commissioners. Barcelona.
Here.
Braun.
Here.
Brazil.
Here.
Cooper.
Here.
Doring.
Here.
Yule. Gordon.
Here.
Johnson.
Here.
Long.
Here.
Moon.
Here.
Nieto.
Here.
Rodriguez.
Here.
Terrio.
Here.
Woolery.
Here.
13 commissioners present.
Thank you. Before I begin, I'd like to introduce a few people up here. To my left is Post Chief Counsel William Toby Darden. To Toby's left is Post Executive Director, is Visalia Police Chief Jason Salazar, and to my right is Post Executive Director Manny Alvarez. We also welcome a new commissioner today, Freddie Rodriguez of Pomona Valley. Not to be confused with the Freddie Rodriguez of TV 6 Feet and Under. I was disappointed to learn. Similar, we were disappointed to learn Jake Johnson was not the Jake Johnson from New Girl on TV. Freddie, however, is a former assemblyman from 2013 to 2024, and he follows his wife to the commission, former Commissioner Michelle Rodriguez, who is now taking Commissioner Rodriguez's place in the assembly. There will be a who wore it best contest in the Rodriguez household. Commissioner Rodriguez also brings to the commission 30 years of experience as an EMT. Commissioner, would you like to say a few words of introduction?
Yes, I want to thank everybody for allowing me to be here with you and all. I think it's very interesting times that we live in. And I think with my past 11 years in the assembly, kind of looking what we've done there to how it affected our officers now and what we do day in and day out. Looking forward to work with each and one of you. I think we bring something very unique to the table. And once again, I want to thank you all and look forward to doing the work and learning from one another as well. Thank you very much.
Welcome.
And if I say, it may say as well, maybe we can revisit this in a year and see who wore the shoes better.
We now have the honor of welcoming CHP Commissioner Sean Dury, who will offer opening remarks. Commissioner Dury, if you'd please join us at the dais. Commissioner Dury began his law enforcement career in 1998 as a CHP officer. He rose through the ranks, serving as a sergeant, lieutenant, captain, assistant chief, assistant commissioner, and deputy commissioner. On February 23rd, 2023, Governor Newsom appointed Deputy Commissioner Dury the 17th Commissioner of the CHP. The CHP is the nation's largest police agency with almost 11,000 employees and a budget of $3.2 billion. Commissioner Dury is a graduate of the FBI National Executive Institute. He also served 4 years in the U.S. Army. Commissioner, thank you for being here today, and thank you for your service to California as well as to the nation. And the floor is yours, sir.
Good morning. I don't know if I've ever been with so many other commissioners at the same time. I've heard that word more, so it is a true honor and privilege to be here. Director Albert. Do I need to do something here? It'll just go. Thank you for the invitation to be here. I just want to point out the CHP Honor Guard that we just had. All of those officers are recruit training officers over at our academy, so they're engaged in training cadets every day. Express my gratitude to them. As was stated, I was appointed the commissioner by Governor Newsom February of 2023. And I thought I would take just a few minutes today during opening remarks to talk about some of our priorities since taking the helm, some of the priorities that we have that I feel align with posts, and maybe just some closing thoughts on some of the issues we face together moving forward. When I first took over, we wanted to get word out to every uniformed member of the Highway Patrol what we expected of them, what our priorities and expectations were. This was not long after COVID, and I think we were seeing an unorganized, but a reaction to current events where law enforcement was slowing down and maybe being less proactive. What's that mean when the CHP does that in California? It means more traffic fatalities, unfortunately. And California makes up about 10% of the traffic fatalities in the United States. That's not a statistic we should be proud of. It's definitely not one that I'm proud of. That number in California was about 4,500 lives. Probably nobody in this room hasn't been impacted by that personally. And so we take that mission very seriously. That is our core job. It hasn't changed. And I wanted every member of the department to know where our priorities lied. I released a 2-page document, a very simple document, said Commissioners' Priorities and Expectations. I'm going to share with you just a couple of them today. The first one focused on patrol and enforcement. It focused on doing that core mission, and for that reason, I just stated saving lives and making a difference in Californians' lives. I expect every officer to spend their shift in view patrol. Hopefully you've noticed that. Hopefully you've noticed more CHP officers out there. We know that black and white patrol cars and the presence of black and white motorcycles, and now I dare say some specially marked patrol vehicles, changes drivers' behavior. It does. We've all experienced that. We've had one behind us and probably let off the gas a little or mind our P's and Q's a little more. I wish a uniformed officer, whether CHP or sheriff's deputy or police officer, would have been present a couple times. And these names I'll never forget. A little boy named Jasper Wu and a little boy named Aiden Leon. Both were passengers in their parents' vehicles and both succumbed to gunfire. One was a crossfire, gang-on-gang gunfire, and the other one was a victim of road rage. I can't imagine being a parent and hearing something from your child in the back seat and realizing they've been shot or victimized from violence. I'm not saying we can be everywhere all the time and prevent all these tragedies, but I do believe that if a black and white uniformed member, black and white patrol vehicle and a uniformed member would have been present, it would have changed decision-making in that day, would have changed behavior. So that's been our focus. While they're out there, we want them focused on primary collision factors. We want them focused on speed. driving under the influence, distracted driving. Those are the things that we know cause accidents in California. Those are the things that we know are causations in taking lives. And so we want them focused on that. They're doing a great job. I believe that. In the first year, we saw about a 10% reduction in traffic fatalities in California. We're not taking credit for all of those numbers. There's a lot of people that are engaged in this, but I do believe that we helped move the needle in that area. We've also been engaged in some enforcement campaigns, and I'll give everybody present today a little reward for coming. We have one this Saturday. It's going to be announced publicly in a couple of days, but every uniformed member of the Highway Patrol will be, from myself all the way down, will be active Saturday enforcing speed from Oregon all the way down to Mexico. So that is one. We're doing 4 of those a year. No, correction, we're doing 3 of those a year. One will be focused on speed, 1 on distracted driving, and 1 on intoxicated driving. And so the first one will be this Saturday. I mentioned these priorities and expectation. Another one of those for us was training. And why training? Training's always been important to me. Throughout my career, I had a couple opportunities to teach at our academy. I know how training and education makes a difference in an officer's life. I know how imperative it is in being successful in this profession. Probably the most important reason training should be a priority for all of us is training will save lives. I believe that. I believe we have a responsibility to do that. I often get asked, I sit at the head of this agency, does it stress me out? Do I lose sleep? Do I worry? And I can honestly say, no, I love the job. It's a lot of fun. I feel like we're having a great time. There is one thing that I worry about. And if I ever lose sleep, it's this question. Are we doing enough to prepare the young men and young women that put on a uniform every day and go out and serve the people of California enough to do the challenging job? Toughest time in history to be a police officer. Toughest time in history. We have a responsibility to prepare them. That's the one thing that causes me pause and keeps me up at night. To that end, we made training a priority. We changed some policies internally where training, if it was good enough for the officer that just graduated the academy, it was good enough for the commissioner. And every uniformed member of the department must complete all of the required training. There's no exceptions based on rank in the Highway Patrol. I want to share with you just some things that I feel where we align on this with Post, some of the services we do. The first one I'll mention is human trafficking. I think this is a problem that faces all of us. And California has another distinction of being one of the states that leads the number of human trafficking victims in California. I am not proud of the fact that our agency, the California Highway Patrol, has dismal statistics when it comes to recovering victims of human trafficking. For an agency that makes 3 million public contacts a year, we've got to do better. And to that end, we're committed to training every uniformed member, attend an 8-hour training in human trafficking. We want everybody that's making a traffic stop to be aware of the clues and indicators and be in a position to save some people. And I think that's a place all of us can work together and do some coordination. DREs, the CHP is the statewide coordinator on drug recognition experts. Those numbers tanked post-COVID. The numbers of DREs throughout the state were dismal. In 23 and 24, we realized that, made it a primary focus, and we provide DRE training to 530 allied agencies and increased 330 CHP officers in that time frame. Currently, there's a class for DREs going in Fresno as we speak, as we're sitting here today. ARIDE, Advanced Recognition Impaired Driving, is another training that we provide along with Post. In the last 2 years, we've trained over 2,700 allied agency officers in ARIDE, 900 CHP officers. You saw the CHP motorcycle out there. Those that work for the department know I'm particularly fond of them. They feel like they have a role. I don't know why our motor school is not as popular with our allied partners, but we have trained 90 CHP officers and 6 allied officers in motor school. One of the biggest issues we were all facing in law enforcement was just the staffing. and the deficit, when at our worst, we had 1,250 vacancies. As we sit today, we have 750 vacancies. I think the tide has turned in that. Our classes are capped at 150 students for the student instructor ratio. For the first time in history, we have 3 classes going simultaneously at the academy just down the street. We just did a graduation, the largest one we've had in years, 133 officers. And we start each of those classes at a max capacity of 160, knowing that within a few days we'll land at the post cap. And so I'm proud that every class we've started recently, and we're slotted to fill every class. I think that vacancy of 750 officers will be at a normal rate by the end of 2026. So I'm grateful for that. So just a closing thought. Why is this so important? Why is it important for each of us to be focused on training? Why is it important for Post and our departments to be unified in this effort? Obviously, there's the obvious reasons that some of them I mentioned, the safety, complying with law. But I would submit to you another reason. The world is watching us, what we do here. I believe that. I've had an opportunity, and some of you are sitting at the table, to attend training in other parts of the country. Whether they admit it or not, the rest of the country looks west towards the latest and the best strategies, the best policies, the best tactics. I have a friend, he's the colonel of the North Carolina Highway Patrol. Imagine the thickest North Carolina Highway Patrol accent. He has that. He calls me often and he says, "What are y'all doing out there in California? I know you're already doing this. What are you doing?" And we communicate constantly on that. We know that policing in the United States is not siloed. We know that the actions of one officer in the Mideast can impact every one of us. And we have to be unified in our effort to be at the forefront of leading in this space. How do we train our officers to combat human trafficking? How do we address sideshows and street racing? How do we leverage artificial intelligence, balance technology with privacy of citizens that we serve? How do we end police pursuits? I'm not talking about stop doing them. How do we come up with tactics, training, public policies, and be a leader in mitigating these? How do we deal with this mental health crisis that our officers are thrusted into by no choice of their own? How do we lower police shootings and deadly use of force? How can we be proactive instead of reactive on leading law enforcement, not just in California, in the rest of the country for the next 20, 30, 50 years? We're proud to stand alongside this group. We're proud of the work this commission does. And I think I speak for the other heads of agencies throughout California when I say we're grateful for the work that Post does in this space. And we look forward to being a partner in each of these endeavors. Thank you for having me. It's been an honor, and appreciate everything that you all do.
No, you've got to get back to it, Commissioner, but are there any questions or comments from any of the commissioners? Commissioner Brazil.
Commissioner, thank you for that. One thing you didn't mention, I just want to give kudos to. I travel the country evaluating and teaching in law enforcement. And I'm a Truckee resident, proud Truckee resident. And the presence and image that CHP has on social media is in a lot of cases without peer. And the Truckee office is an example of that. So I use them as, there's other agencies that do different things better. But you're an example I use across the country of, and I use Truckee in particular about how to social media and show that image of the California Highway Patrol in a very, very positive light. So kudos to the staff up there. They do an amazing job up there. And I can't speak for what they do in Southern California, but I encourage people to follow Truckee on social media because they kind of have mastered branding of the California Highway Patrol.
No, I appreciate that. And they've been used as a model through, I know the FBI cites them in their communications training, and yeah, they're quite the celebrities. They don't let us forget that either.
But they do a good job. And yes, I was followed in by your motor officer all the way down the freeway today. And yes, I was stressed the entire way in. What did I do wrong? My tags are current. What's going on? So.
Any other questions or comments from commissioners? Seeing none, and we thank you, Commissioner, very much for your invaluable time. We're very lucky to have you today. Thank you, sir. We will now begin presentations for the 2024 Post Excellence in Training Awards, which requires a little moving around. Here we go.
Yeah.
Excuse me. Sir, would you mind plugging that in? Thank you. I don't need it. I just need to power it up later this afternoon. Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Jeff Long, Chair of the Post Commission. Every year, the commission recognizes individuals and organizations who have greatly contributed to the success and effectiveness of the law enforcement community. On behalf of the commission, it is my pleasure to honor the recipients who have distinguished themselves by demonstrating a commitment to exceptional service or excellence in training. Assisting today in this ceremony is Executive Director Manny Alvarez and Assistant Executive Director Jim Grotkow. The Post Excellence in Training Awards were established in 1994 to encourage innovation, quality, and effectiveness of peace officer training, and to recognize the best of the best. The categories presented today are individual achievement, exceptional service, and organizational achievement. Our first honoree is the recipient of the 2024 Post Excellence in Training Individual Achievement Award, Deputy Sheriff Joella Jimenez of the San Bernardino County Sheriff's Department.
The award for individual achievement is given for remarkable effort or accomplishment resulting in a singularly significant or an extraordinary contribution to public law enforcement training. The individual's contribution must involve innovation, a demonstrable, effective project, task, or assignment that has significantly impacted or benefited law enforcement training at the organizational, local, or state level. Outstanding contributions may include, but are not limited to, innovative approaches in preparation, presentation, application, implementation, evaluation, planning, and or management of law enforcement training programs. Deputy Jimenez is currently assigned to the Community Services and Reentry Division, where she serves as a critical link between law enforcement and the mental health services. As the department's training liaison with the San Bernardino County Department of Behavioral Health, she plays a pivotal role in bridging public safety and behavioral health expertise. Driven by a passion for teaching, she has demonstrated exceptional commitment by completing numerous instructional development courses to enhance her skills, including the Master Instructor Certification course through Post. Deputy Jimenez authored the Post orders for Inmate Services Unit and was instrumental in the development and refinement of the Crisis Intervention Team Manual. Her sharp attention to detail, deep understanding of trauma-informed care have ensured these critical resources effectively support community-focused law enforcement. A true innovator, Deputy Jimenez developed a transformative course titled A Whole Body Approach to the Road of Wellness, which integrates financial, nutritional, physical, mental, and spiritual well-being. Designed to support both law enforcement professionals and incarcerated individuals, the course promotes healthier, more balanced lives. Its impact is far-reaching, enhancing workplace performance and morale, while also fostering meaningful change. Now implemented in the Glen Helen Rehabilitation Center, The course equips inmates with practical tools for comprehensive wellness. It represents a bold and compassionate commitment to rehabilitation, resilience, and successful reentry into the community. An active facilitator for the Academy Instructor Certification course, the School Resource Officer course, crisis intervention training, her ability to make complex topics accessible and engaging set a high standard for public safety instruction. Her leadership was instrumental in post-certification of the Substance Abuse and Mental Health Services Administration Trauma Training for Criminal Justice Professionals course. This course deepens the understanding of trauma and its lasting effects. It is through initiatives like this that Deputy Jimenez helps cultivate a more humane and effective criminal justice system. Deputy Jimenez has delivered training to hundreds of deputies, officers, security guards, community members, and incarcerated individuals on a variety of subjects, including crisis intervention training, wellness, field training officer, school resource officer, introduction to corrections, elder abuse, and the Academy Instructor Certification course. Her work uplifts both the professionals who serve the community and the individuals navigating the path to rehabilitation. For her unwavering commitment to excellence, innovation, and a heart for service, it is with great pride that we present the Excellence in Training Award for Individual Achievement to Deputy Joella Jimenez.
Good morning, everyone. First off, I want to say what a privilege and what an honor it is to be here receiving the Post Excellence in Training Award. I want to thank God for allowing me to be here today to receive this award and for the gifts He has given me to teach others in this profession. I want to say thank you to my husband for always supporting me and pushing me out of my comfort zone. I love you. Joanna and Jolene, I love you girls so much. Thank you for being the best daughters in the world and for traveling here today. We all know it wasn't easy. They're 3 and 6. This year has been an incredibly hard year for me and for all of us in law enforcement. We have suffered many fallen brothers. Deputy Hector Cuevas Jr., Officer Seth Franklin, Deputy Daniel Chavera, and most recently, Officer Samuel Riveras. And this is not a complete list of all our fallen brothers. Along with this loss, I also lost my mother and father this past year, Joelle and Sonia Garcia. Navigating through loss is not easy, but may we find joy and inner motivation to be our best selves daily and to continuously contribute to our families and professions. Thank you to my mother and father for their endless love and support. And thank you to all my siblings for being such a big support. I want to give a special thanks to the staff of the San Bernardino County Sheriff's Department. Your support, trust, and dedication have made it possible for me to do this work. You stood behind me every step of the way, and I share this recognition with you all. Thank you. To Post Advisory Committee, and the Post Commission, thank you for distinguished excellence and progress in training. And to the countless officers committed to growth and service, your efforts inspire everything that we do. Let's continue setting the bar higher together. Thank you. God bless you all. And I leave you with Philippians 4:13. I can do all things through Christ who strengthens me. Thank you.
Our next award, the recipient of the 2024 Post Excellence in Training Organizational Achievement Award is the California State University Long Beach Center for Criminal Justice. Accepting the award on behalf got this wrong here, California State University Long Beach is Ron Mark, Director of the Criminal Justice Center, and Hillary Edwards.
This award category recognizes the achievements and contributions made by an organization dedicated to law enforcement training. The award is one wherein training responsibilities and initiatives must have resulted in substantial contributions to the public law enforcement, and reflect a high degree of training effectiveness and service. The contribution must be documented and described in one or more projects or programs that are primarily training in nature rather than operational activity. Since founding in 1967 as the Institute of Police Studies, the California State University Long Beach Criminal Justice and Research Training Center has become a cornerstone of law enforcement training and education in California. Operating under the CSU-LB Research Foundation, the center has upheld a legacy of excellence, leadership, and responsiveness in criminal justice training for more than 5 decades. It has played a central role in designing and delivering high-quality, standards-compliant training to officers at the municipal, county, state, and federal levels. At the core of this nomination is the center's relentless commitment to innovation. It developed the first post-certified mental health decision-making course in compliance with Senate Bill 29, tailored specifically for field training officers. This course addressed a critical need in law enforcement and was among the earliest to bring mental health response training into the mainstream of officer education. The center also played a key role in shaping the principal policing program from inception, updating its content to align with current delivery models and integrating into the Learning Domain 3 in the basic course. Furthermore, they developed the use of force perishable skills and train the trainer courses years before it became a regulation requirement. By the time the regulation took effect, the center had already trained nearly 2,000 instructors. The center has expanded the landscape of public safety training by creating a crime scene investigation program, a crime and intelligence analysis certification program. These efforts have supported the professional growth of individuals entering the field while helping establish clear pathways for advancement and specialization. The center's ability to respond swiftly to emerging legislative and training demands while maintaining alignment with POST and the California Board of State and Community Corrections has established it as a vital partner in California's public safety administration. Their regional collaborations with law enforcement agencies have helped ensure that the training needs of officers and agencies across the state are met with quality, consistency, and care. Their use of force curriculum has earned further distinction by becoming the first of its kind to grant upper division and graduate level academic credit through California State University Long Beach for those completing the Post Supervisory Leadership Institute and Post Management course. Post continually turns to the center's broadened network of subject matter experts to serve on subcommittees and develop train the trainer programs and other legislatively mandated coursework. Despite their primary mission of serving their immediate region, the center has consistently answered the call to share their training programs statewide, ensuring that no department is left without access to critical knowledge and instruction. They are not only a training provider, but a partner in the evolution and advancement of policing in California. Post proudly presents CSU Long Beach Criminal Justice and Research Training Center with Post Excellence in Training Award for organizational achievement. Congratulations.
Morning, everyone. Thank you very much. It's really an honor to be here representing our organization. And I really am just truly representing them. They do all the hard work. Wanted to thank the advisory committee and the post commission for selecting us for this award. We truly appreciate that. Also want to thank Manny and the entire post staff for the years that we've worked with them. They're truly partners with us, and we have a lot of fun up here. It's a pleasure working with them. Our consultants, our bureau chiefs that I work with on a regular basis. I'm probably up here more than I should be. I get thrown out of the offices quite a bit, to be honest with you. But I also wanted to thank our entire staff, all of our instructors, our office staff, all of our coordinators. They're the ones that really make all of this happen. They do all the hard work and all the heavy lifting for this. Hillary Edwards, who was up here and doesn't want to speak today, is really the heartbeat of our organization. When you talk about professional staff and you talk about how we push training forward and our organization forward, these are the people that really do that for us. I just get to come up here to the microphone and speak every now and then, but they really are the heartbeat of our organization. And special thanks to our regional training groups, both LA and Orange County, who nominated us for this award today. They're great partners. We enjoy working with them, and we enjoy training within the state. So if there's anything we can do to help anyone along the way, please let us know. Again, thank you very much. Hillary, would you like to say anything? I didn't think so. Thanks, Ryan. Thanks, Jim.
Thank you.
Appreciate that. Thank you.
By the way, we'll be taking a break after this last award, so if families and friends would like to stick around, Post will be taking pictures of family and friends here during the break. Downstairs, I'm told. Clear that up later. Don't leave, in other words. For our final award, the recipient of the 2024 Post Excellence in Training, the O.J. Bud Hawkins Exceptional Service Award, is Senior Inspector Kimberly Zaragoza of the Contra Costa County District Attorney's Office. Congratulations.
I promised Kim she'd be up there for about a half hour. So excellence in service and setting high standards is the foundation upon which the California Commission on Peace Officer Standards and Training stands. Attaining excellence on continuous basis is the result of many dedicated staff, subject matter experts, the Post Advisory Committee, Post Commission members. The annual award recognizes all these individuals, but most particularly those who have demonstrated sustained effort over time. These few individuals have made a difference and a lasting contribution. Their creativity, perseverance, and dedication to improve California law enforcement profession is recognized with this Exceptional Service Award. A little bit about Bud Hawkins and who he is. Bud was the inspiration for this award because of his sustained contributions to California law enforcement, covering 6 decades. Commissioner Hawkins left a legacy of contribution, including the California CLETS system, advisor to 11 attorney generals, 6 years as an attorney general's representative on the Post Commission. His collaborative and constructive approach for solving problems and leading law enforcement groups set an example to all. Senior Inspector Kimberly Zaragoza's career spans more than 35 years. It's kind of weird because she's only 25. So in her mind, she said. Beginning in 1989, with her graduation from the Los Medanos College Police Academy and an appointment to the Contra Costa County Sheriff's Office as a deputy sheriff. From the earliest days of service, she demonstrated a clear passion for learning, a deep commitment to her peers, and a steadfast focus on advancing the field of law enforcement. Her assignment in custody, transportation, patrol, narcotics, and tactical operations reflected on not only the breadth of experience, but a depth of understanding few can match. Senior Inspector Zaragoza has completed over 2,700 hours of post-certified training and is instructed in over 60 basic academy classes for the Contra Costa County Office of the Sheriff Law Enforcement Training Center. In 1999, she made history as the first woman to be on the Contra Costa County SWAT team, eventually rising to the position of team leader. A testament to her exceptional capabilities and tactical expertise, she established herself as a trailblazer in the field of law enforcement. Furthermore, this achievement became a powerful symbol of progress for women across the profession, challenging long-standing barriers and paving the way for those who follow. Her career-defining leadership continued with her promotion to sergeant in 2003 and subsequent assignment as the Academy Coordinator at the Contra Costa Academy from 2005 to 2007. In this role, she oversaw daily operations of the Basic Academy, managing recruit operations and schedules, selecting qualified instructors, and ensuring effective delivery of training. After leaving her position as the Academy Coordinator and being assigned to Patrol Division, Kimberly continued her commitment to teaching. She remained a respected and influential presence at the Academy, providing instruction on patrol techniques, crimes in progress, and vehicle pullovers. In 2011, Kimberly was promoted to lieutenant, a rank that often reduces opportunity for teaching in the Academy. Despite her expanded responsibilities, she remained deeply committed to her role as an educator, further solidifying her legacy in training and professional development. She was crucial to the development of critical training modules on active shooter and building search scenarios, which have since become fundamental to recruit training curriculum. Today, Senior Inspector Zaragoza continues to serve as the lead instructor for some of the Academy's most essential training blocks. Her instruction is consistently rated amongst the most effective and impactful by the recruits who benefit from her guidance. Through her mentorship, she has played a pivotal role in launching and shaping numerous careers in law enforcement. Many of her former students have gone on to become respected mentors and leaders, which is a reflection of her unwavering and dedication, expertise, and lasting influence on the profession. Kimberly's service, leadership, and passion have left an indelible mark on law enforcement in the state of California and Post. Post is proud to present the Senior Inspector Kimberly Zaragoza with the O.J. Bud Hawkins Exceptional Service Award.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you very much for this prestigious award. I really, truly appreciate it. I'm super nervous. I'm not really one for being at a loss of words, but I am today. But I'll start off with a fun fact. Jim Grotkow and I used to commute to work when we were deputy sheriffs, brand new at the Martinez Detention Facility. So there's a fun fact about that.
We're not going to talk about that.
No, no, we're not. I also would like to thank my law enforcement friends and family from the Contra Costa Law Enforcement Training Center and my coworkers from the DA's office that have joined me here today. It's truly an honor to be selected for such a prestigious award. So thank you very much.
Well, congratulations to the award recipients and their friends, families, and colleagues. This concludes the award ceremony for this year. Families, friends, and awardees, there'll be photos downstairs. In the meantime, we'll take a brief recess of the committee until 11 o'clock. So we're in recess. All right, thank you. We are back in session. The meeting is called to order. This is the public comment time set aside for members of the public to comment on items on the commission agenda or on the agenda, but under the commission's jurisdiction. Please be advised the commission cannot take action on items that are not agendized. Pursuant to commission policy, the chair will manage the public comment period in deference to the commission's workload and meeting time constraints. Up to 15 minutes is provided at the beginning of each commission meeting for public comment. Anyone who wishes to speak is asked to please limit remarks to no more than 3 minutes. If multiple people wish to speak on the same topic, I may ask that you limit remarks to no more than 1 minute each, And I may end the public comment period if speakers are voicing repetitive and similar statements and the 15-minute period has expired. And finally, please remember the meeting is being transcribed. So please speak slowly and clearly so your marks can be accurately recorded. Is there anyone who would like to address the commission? Please come forward. Right ahead there. Oh, gonna make you stand.
Good morning, Chair and members. George Pramthus speaking on behalf of ACLU California Action. I will be providing comment on post K-9 guidelines and the SB2 updates. Those are both agenda items.
Can I get your last name?
Parampathu, P-A-R-A-M-P-A-T-H-U.
Thanks, thank you, sir.
On the police dog guidelines, just last year, the legislature rejected AB 3241 because it failed to reform the use of police dogs in any way. Post's latest guidelines repeat word for word what the legislature just rejected. We already know that these guidelines are an objective failure because they simply reiterate the existing policy at agencies with a proven record for abuse. Take Bakersfield Police Department. Its current policy is nearly identical to Post's latest guidelines. Their results are abysmal. An alarming 97% of dog deployments were not to defend self or another. Instead, the department used police dogs primarily on persons who are intoxicated or mentally ill. Post should not ignore this track record. Moreover, 5 years ago, the Attorney General called on all police agencies to stop using find and bite and hold tactics. Yet Post guidelines remain silent on this issue, even as agencies continue to unleash dogs trained to attack the first person they encounter, mauling innocent bystanders and people who have already surrendered. My question to the commission is how and when will Post update the K-9 guidelines to address the community concerns and the concerns raised by the Attorney General? On the SB2 update, a recent article uncovered how nearly 300 officers throughout the state have had their misconduct shrouded by NDAs with their agencies. Many agencies mistakenly believe that these illegal secrecy agreements prevent them from complying with various transparency laws, including SB2. Shockingly, last month, Post revealed that the scope of the NDA issue is much larger than initially reported. This commission told the legislature that there are at least 10,000 misconduct records that are being covered by NDAs. It is important to note that each of these NDAs are for misconduct that is so serious that an officer's own agency deemed them unfit to serve. This includes sexual assault, destroying evidence of sex crimes against minors, and embezzling public dollars. In other words, these NDAs obscure precisely the sort of misconduct that SB2 requires to be reported to Post. So when Post told the legislature that there are 10,000 records of misconduct being covered by these NDAs, what you were really telling the legislature is that the commission is aware of at least 10,000 active violations of SB2, which begs the question, what does Post plan to do about these thousands of SB2 violations? I hope to see that addressed. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Any questions or comments? I'll just ask, just for some point of clarification, as we're bringing up, there will be a report soon on K-9 and the K-9 guidelines that will be new. Are you addressing those or are you addressing the previous guidelines?
I was addressing the guidelines as they are on the agenda, so I believe that will be the
I'm sorry.
from this summer. I think it was June 2024.
Agenda item, yeah.
From this agenda item. Thank you, thank you. And also, since this is a report and there will be action taken on those, do you have any written comments you could provide the committee, or would that, anything like that, that would be?
I don't have at the moment, but I'm happy to prepare them and send them in.
Yeah, that would be great if it's, not much trouble. That would be great. Any other questions? Thank you, sir, for taking the time to appear.
Thank you.
Good morning, chairs and members. My name is Carlos Montes Ponce. I'm a senior organizer with the American Civil Liberties Union of Northern California, based in Sacramento. As you may recall, on October 17th, 2024, the ACLU submitted a 49-page complaint about 5 current Vallejo police officers, Colin Eden, Jordan Patzer, Brian Glick, Mark Thompson, and Jared Ton, and 4 former Vallejo officers, Anthony Romero Cano, Ryan McHone, Sean Kennedy, and Dustin Joseph. These cops were involved in the death or serious bodily injury of several community members in Vallejo. You heard testimonies and public comment of family members of those killed that day. We were encouraged to hear that you intend to investigate all of those officers. We would like to request an update or progress report of your investigations over the last 8 months. The families you heard that day are eagerly awaiting to see the results of your investigation and a semblance of justice for the loss of their loved ones. Thank you.
Any questions or comments? Carlos, thank you for appearing. I believe it's safe to say that that type of an briefing or update would have to occur once the case is closed. So we certainly will keep that in mind, and any material you wish to share with us, please do so.
Thank you. I appreciate that, and we'll make sure to get any relevant material to you.
Thanks, sir. Any other public comment? Seeing none? We'll have private comment from the executive director. Manny Alvarez would like to address the commission at this time.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, commissioners, once again for your time, your engagement, and your leadership and direction on the commission. We do appreciate it. I want to start off with just a quick statement about yesterday. Yesterday, we had the Post Advisory Committee, and I just would like to thank Chief Salazar and those Post Advisory Committee members that are here, just so that they can hear our thanks. They had a very robust discussion yesterday with a lot of feedback, a lot of concern at times about some of the things that are being put before you today, and we appreciate that type of engagement with them. So I just want to thank you, Chief Salazar, for yesterday. I'd like to address one thing that you all had approved about 6 months ago at a previous commission meeting, and that is the reimbursement or the expenditures that we have in terms of instruction, basically providing additional payments to instructors, upping the numbers, so to speak, for the instructors in terms of dollars. You approved it. We have not submitted that yet for the Office of Administrative Law, only because we think that during this challenging budget time, for us to pay even more than we are already paying may not make its way through, and it's probably not an appropriate time for us to push that through. So we're holding that in abeyance, but you have approved it previously. Second of all, I'd like to just address some of the things that you'll be seeing in September. So first of all, we've had a lot of discussion about Regulation 1005 and training for peace officers and what that training should look like. Specifically, it relates to peace officers who are not your typical police officer or deputy sheriff, some that are investigative positions. Had a lot of discussion about that, workshops in that regard. We intend to present at September a consent item, just an informational item as to where we are with that. I want to thank the Legal Affairs Bureau and Toby Darden, our chief counsel. They've already prepared a draft of what that should look like in terms of each of the different peace officers that fall under Penal Code 830. So we will present that to you in September. Also, we have been working, as many of you know, on PC 832 firearms training. We intended to present that to you in September, essentially updating the training hours in the curriculum for PC 832 based on the workshops that we had. Commissioners Gordon and Commissioner Brazil participated in those workshops. Based on the discussion that we had yesterday with the advisory committee, and since the advisory committee will not be there in September, I think it's only fair to hold that off until December so that they can weigh in. There's a number of individuals who are instructors, including PC instructors that sit on the post advisory committee. So we think it's appropriate to wait so that they can hear what we propose in terms of regulatory change for PC 832. The same goes for instructor standards. We presented a consent item 6 months ago on challenges that we have with instructors, sometimes with the quality of instructors, sometimes with the conduct of instructors, and what actions we could take against those instructors should problems arise. We anticipated putting a regulatory agenda item for you in September. And again, based on the just the engagement yesterday with the Post Advisory Committee, I think it would be wise to hold off on that until December so that the Advisory Committee can hear those proposed changes. Lastly, today you're going to obviously get an update on peace officer certification. I won't get too far ahead of that, but I do know that one of the topics that we hear pretty regularly is the backlog on the number of cases, and we are slowly working through those cases. I pulled some numbers from the last commission meeting, which was in March. We presented to you numbers that were as of February 14th, 2025, cases that were pending with post. And at that time, we presented to you, there were 13,312 cases. We are slowly working our way through those. And you'll hear today that we are just over 6,200 at this time. Most of those cases are, you will hear priority 3 and priority 4 cases. They're retroactive cases that have already had one initial screening and triage that appear that they are low priority or do not meet the requirements of SB2. You'll also hear that there's approximately 6,000 cases with law enforcement agencies across the state, and that is primarily due to the fact that they're required to present to us a charge, complaint, or allegation. So as soon as that allegation presents itself, they are reporting that to us. That number will likely not change in the future. There will always be close to 6,000 cases around the state that are being looked at by agencies. But we do expect our numbers to drop slightly from 6,000. So we are making some progress in that regard. Next, I'll go to space. We are challenged with space as we started to grow with Senate Bill 2. We planned for new space in this building. We have hit a little bit of a bump in the road with space across the hall. We are working through that on a weekly basis. The space issues are such that we were intending to move one entire one entire bureau of approximately 25 individuals to the new space to free up space downstairs, as well as to move this and have a permanent dais for the commission to hold its meetings. That has just been a challenge to get that through. We're working through the challenges with the state fire marshal, and hopefully sometime in the spring or the summer of next year, we'll be in the new space and be able to occupy, deal with some of the challenges we are having with cubicles and office space. Next, I'd like to just address the staffing because that also is a point of discussion as we move around the state and we talk about backlog of cases. As of today, we have 215 full-time positions on board. We continue to increase the staffing by 15 to 20 new employees per year, or grow by 15 to 20 new employees. Our staffing model is currently 263, so we're at 215. You'll hear today that we are going to lose some staffing, more than likely, some positions due to the budget. I know Tom Osborne and Kim Singleton will address that, so I won't get too far ahead of that. But we are currently understaffed by about 16%. The challenge with it is that a lot of the staffing is in terms of law enforcement consultants within the Peace Officer Standards Accountability Division, those that are handling Senate Bill 2. I believe we have approximately 18 of those positions that are vacant. So we will continue to press along, and hopefully by next year, the goal is to have approximately 231 full-time employees at post. Lastly, you may hear from some of our staff that would like to speak with some of you. We've assigned a team of individuals. They're all fairly new to post to address the quality of training across the state. So we constantly, as many of you know, get questions about how do you know your training is good? And we always say, we refer to a quantitative analysis or quantitative numbers that, hey, 6,000 people took the course, so it must be good. So we're hopefully going to take a stab at how can we make a better analysis on the quality of training. They have been tasked and they've been given free rein to speak with you, to speak with some of our post staff, as well as to speak with the law enforcement community, as well as with academia across the state to try to make a better assessment of our training. And then lastly, I just would like to thank the staff for this commission meeting. Obviously, this is a big to-do to put this on, and it always goes very, very smoothly, thanks to a number of folks that are all behind me. And then obviously a lot of the folks in the audience that push the agenda together. The agenda, we're always pushing the envelope with the timing to make sure we're compliant with Bagley-Keene and the publishing of the agenda. This was perhaps one of the smoother ones that we've had with them preparing the agenda and getting it to us in a reasonable fashion so that we can approve it and get it out to you all. So I just want to thank the staff. And then really thank you to the commission and to the chair for affording me the opportunity to speak. Thank you.
Thank you, Manny. Any questions at this time for Executive Director Alvarez?
Commissioner
Commissioner
Terry,
Terry.
earlier, Executive Director, you said that the new rates would be held in abeyance. How long is that anticipated? Is that going to be a whole fiscal year or TBD?
Yeah, I think it's more of a TBD. Obviously, we want to wait till the budget gets approved. The way we proposed it and the way we proposed it to the commission was that we would not ask for additional monies from the legislature, that we would take it out of Hyde. So we would pay more for those services, but I believe it's going to be at least the end of this year, I think. We'll see where we're at.
Understood. And then the cuts or anticipated cuts, when do you think you will have a notification on that from the state?
So the budget is due by the end of June. So we will know more by September, by the next commission meeting. We've already planned out, and I think Tom Osborne and Kim Singleton are going to speak specific to our budget and where we are and what we anticipate doing. We don't anticipate any cuts related to training of peace officers and dispatchers. I think we've moved money around in a significant way to be able to deliver training at the same rate. Additionally, we've imposed on our contracts that our courses be filled with 80% of the class must be filled by post participants, which, we've just run into some issues in the past where, classes supposed to have 25 people and it's being delivered with 13 and it costs us the same amount of money. So we hope that the classes will be fuller, maybe be a little bit cheaper for us to deliver. So hopefully there shouldn't be much of an impact to the field. We've already communicated to all those vendors, so to speak, or those contractees from departments and community colleges on the new 80% requirement. It is a target. We've also built into the contract that essentially if they are going to go under, that they need to tell us. Obviously, things happen, fires happen, cases happen where they might go under 80%, or they've already incurred costs for hotels or whatever it may be. So we just want to approve that and review it before that happens. But we anticipate, we hope that we will be able to deliver a training at the exact same rate.
I appreciate that. I definitely appreciate all your work and the work of post staff. I guess I was wondering if there was like a heads up that they send out ahead of time for because specifically you talked about the cuts to the accountability division, but yeah, it's just shameful that these kind of unfunded mandates occur. But thank you for your efforts.
Gordon.
I understand the why on the discussion being moved and not happening in September, so the advisory committee can weigh in on the changes. I will just express I'm disappointed because there's been a lot of work that's gone into it by staff, by commission members, and by all the subject matter experts that were brought, because this is going to be a huge lift to make the changes. And there's a lot of departments and organizations waiting to see what that changes are going to be. And so the longer we push that out, and it's going to be a huge lift to make those changes. So I get the why, but I just want to express disappointment in that fact, because a lot of folks, like I said, a lot of agencies are waiting for some resolution to that and knowing what the future is going to look like for PC 832 and the firearms and the different pieces. And the longer we wait to make those changes, there's more liability and other things to consider with that.
Okay, Mr. Chair. So there are a few options that we can take to try to speed it up. And before I start with that, this is not something that the advisory committee asked for. Seeing how engaged they were yesterday, I just want to be respectful of what they do. And I suggested that. It doesn't have to be that way. We can definitely present it in September. We also have some options to present it as a consent item with the final vote in December, just so you hear what we're proposing doing. We also have the ability, if you all are amenable, to hear you out in your feedback in September in your guidance, and then put it out for public comment before. Generally speaking, you hear the regulations, the proposed regulations, and then we put it out for public comment. We could do that before, shortly after the September meeting, if you would like to just kind of speed it up. That is a possibility, but we always ask if you were interested in us putting it out before. We don't want to get out ahead of you all.
I think it would be helpful for the commission to see it before it goes out for public comment. But I would like to see us do whatever we can to keep that on track and not slow it down, because like I said, a lot of agencies are waiting. There was a lot, I was part of the subject matter experts. And so a lot of thought has gone into this, and I don't want to be disrespectful of the advisory committee and their role in this. However, like I said, we need to keep this moving and this not slow down.
I don't want to jump ahead of the advisory committee and what they're going to say or do. I think they're going to appreciate it, to be very honest with you, based on their prior discussion about the firearms training and PC 832 instruction. I don't think there's going to be any concerns. Obviously, I think everybody seems to be in agreement. So we can present it, or we can present it as a consent item and then do the whatever whatever direction you give us, we'll take.
Mr. Gordon, are you leaning towards a presentation then in September? Is that your
I
recommendation?
think it would be helpful to have the presentation in September, and then it could go for final votes in December. Then the advisory committee could weigh in if there's any additional concerns on their behalf. They'll have the option to look at it when it goes in September, so then they can also have the opportunity, if they have concerns, to reach out to staff, and then hopefully in December we can get it done.
Are there any concerns with that? Commissioner Brazil?
No, I was just going to support what Commissioner Gordon's recommending. I think whatever was presented the first time is going to be sent back for some retooling. So I think it's appropriate to have a conversation in September, fine tune it enough to actually let the advisory board look at it, so it's closer to final versus kicking it back and forth 4 or 5 times. So I totally support what Commissioner Gordon's suggesting.
Ontario.
Commissioner Terrio, I also support Commissioner Gordon's response. It's often helpful for me when Post sends me like a little notification update, maybe send that to the advisory committee and letting them know specifically about this issue so that they can have time to look at it, but by our next September meeting, and then obviously December for them.
Commissioner Nieto.
All I ask is, if we do that, and I'm not opposed to it, is that when we finally come back for final, that we get the overview, because there is time in between, and then whatever advisory wants to make changes on.
Commissioner Moon, I wholeheartedly agree with Commissioner Gordon, and it gives us a time to digest it and come back, also with the advisory committee's comments afterwards, so that it's more time to research and really, not being on that committee, hearing a presentation, I agree with.
Thank you for the prompt, Commissioner Gordon. Sounds like an excellent way to go. Mr. Executive.
One more
Director.
question based on that. The instructor standards, would you like to hear that similar issue? Perhaps more pressing, perhaps less pressing, I don't know. Would you like to hear that in September in a similar fashion, or just wait until December?
Commissioner Gordon.
My recommendation would be to do the same with that, because I think same thing, that there will be some discussion, and that way, when we get to December, it will be a better product for everyone to actually move forward with.
Ask Chief Salazar if any of this rings appropriate to you, if you have any concerns from the advisory committee standpoint.
Well, I would support this. I think the advisory committee would support this suggestion as well.
Excellent. Thank you, Commissioner Gordon. Clear? We good, Mr. Executive Director?
Yes, the only other thing that I would add, I apologize, is we do intend to pilot the firearms course, the PC 832 firearms course, for a period of time. That was our intent, to request permission to pilot it as well, just FYI, but we'll come to you in September.
Final questions or concerns there? All right, then we will move quickly to our first item, which is approval of the transcript and action summary from our last meeting, March 5th. Is there objection to unanimous consent to approve the transcript and action summary? Seeing none, action summary and transcript is adopted. Moving on to the consent calendar, we will have presentations on consent items C through H, unless any commissioners would like a report on consent items A, B, or I. If not, we can always come back if anyone changes their mind. Let me see. Our first item would be an update regarding transferability of peace officer background investigation files between agencies. Report is presented for discussion only. No action is required. Staff Services Manager Kelly Sorowski will report, I believe.
Morning, Chair Long. Good morning, Commissioners. The proposal of transferability of peace officer background investigation files between agencies was initially presented for discussion at the post-commission meeting in November 2024. This is an update to that item and is presented for further discussion. On April 28, 2025, a meeting was held between Post and the California Police Chiefs Association regarding the transferability of peace officer investigation files between agencies. The following parameters for potential regulations were recommended by Cal Chiefs. Background investigation transferability will only apply to entry-level and lateral peace officer applicants having a background completed within the last 12 months. The background investigation must have been conducted in accordance with current requirements. A background investigation update is required from when the background investigation was completed, and the transfer of a background investigation file will be at the discretion of both employing agencies. In addition to the Cal Chiefs recommendations, the following is recommended by Post for consistency with current regulations. The 12 months will be determined by the signature of hiring authority designee date on the verification of qualification for peace officer form, Post 2-355, and the initial investigating agency and the prospective agency must maintain copies of the transferred background investigation file. This is all I have. Do you have any questions regarding this item?
Questions or comment? Chief Salazar, I think the advisory committee had something to say about this one yesterday.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We did, and if I could just provide just a little bit of background, this was raised by members of the Cal Chiefs Association in the situation where you may have an employee that gets hired, goes through a background, gets hired by agency A, and for whatever reason, non-disciplinary reasons, is released or moves within, say, 6 months of the background having been completed, goes to agency B. Agency B currently would then be required to do a completely new background investigation. In some cases, it may be the same third-party background investigator that's doing the background. And so the question was, and there's already an existing regulation that allows this transferability of backgrounds under similar conditions for interim police chiefs. So the question was, would you be able to do that in the case of this situation in a regular police officer background? So that's the issue that was raised. Post did meet with Cal Chiefs members to discuss this issue. The feedback that was provided from them is included in the staff report here. Yesterday at the advisory committee, there were a couple of different issues that were raised with regards to generally, I think, some support for the idea, but also some concerns as to how it actually plays out. The major concern has to do with the quality, ensuring the quality of the initial background that was done. So under the proposed changes that the staff just presented, if an officer had a background done and 6 months later goes to another agency, the agency that would be transferring the background would have to do an update from the completion of the first background, so a 6-month update in essence, if that were the situation. The concerns were whether or not, how do you verify the quality of the first background investigation that was conducted? So in the case of transferability for an interim chief, Post would look at that background, the initial background, and essentially conduct an audit or compliance check to make sure that that background met Post standards. That would not, at least is currently not proposed as part of this process for background transferability. So the question was whether or not that should be included in the proposed changes. And so a number of discussions just about the quality of the background. And then the other piece was how many times could that background transfer? So in essence, if you had agency A, the candidate applies for agency A, applies now for agency B within that 12-month period, they have transferability, something happens, they move to agency C. Could that background continue to transfer 3 or 4 times within that period of time? Or should the regulation on this limit the transferability of the background to say it's transferred 1 time? If they move to a third agency, would require a completely new background. I think I summarized for the most part what the major discussion was, but those were the 2 particular categories. How many times get it transfer, and then just ensuring the quality of the background.
Thank you, Chief. Do you wish to comment, Ms. Sarowski? Any response to the chief's comments?
No, I do not.
Okay. Commissioner Nieto.
I do have a question for the advisory committee. Did you guys come up with a number of transfers? Does it go round and round, or 2 was the 1 time and that's it, 1 and done?
I think generally the discussion was it should transfer, it be available to transfer 1 time, so, but not twice.
Commissioner Braun. I would have a concern about putting the burden on Post to review a background. I think the liability falls on the agency who's willing to accept somebody else's background. They take it at their own folly. I would not accept anybody else's background investigation. I would conduct my own, especially someone who within a year has left their agency for whatever reason, whether they washed out or they're agency shopping or whatever. That's a person that's even more concerning to me. I'm sure there are exceptions to that, but if this rule goes forward, I would not want to see Post have a role in vetting the background in any way, even in an audit format.
Additional comments or questions? Commissioner Gordon.
Just that I would agree with Commissioner Braun. We've recently had that experience, so.
I have just a quick question, I guess, for my law enforcement colleagues. Does the existence, the requirement that a background investigation file is at the discretion of the employing agencies, does that address in general the concerns of the advisory committee, the fact that the transfer has to be mutually agreed upon?
I don't think that, sorry, Commissioner Braun, that doesn't guarantee that it's a good background investigation. That just means that you're willing to get rid of this person and share their background with somebody else.
Sherman, I do recall the initial request was about cost for maybe smaller agencies and potentially even, if my memory serves me right, a chief moving from agency to agency, which, you know, again, as long as there's no requirement from Post to accept or acknowledge that it's a good background, and it's again, for me personally, I would not accept another agency's background. So I would be hesitant if it's a smaller agency for cost, that I would still have some questions on allowing someone else's background.
Yes, Mr. Chair. So if I could, and I agree with Commissioners Braun and Gordon. I would conduct an entirely new background, but we have our own background investigators. The issue was raised by agencies that typically use like a third-party background investigator. So they hire a third-party background investigator that conducted, let's say, background A. The officer was moving somewhere else and then to another agency, and that agency was using the same background investigator now to conduct an entirely new background investigation. So the question arose from that particular scenario, which is, I think, also why the language is included. It would be done at the discretion of both agencies agreeing to do it. So that is kind of the specific scenario that raised the question. I would agree with Commissioners Gordon and Braun. If in my situation, I would just conduct a new background. But it does for some other agencies that are smaller, maybe don't have their own background investigators that are using the same third party to conduct both background investigations, the option to do so.
Mr. Nieto.
Commissioner Nieto, I know when we discussed this last time and I think most of the people said that I would do my own. But we were supporting it because it came from the California Chiefs Association for what you just stated about using the same background investigator. Post does their audit anyways. Once you hire somebody in on their agency, you get audited every year by Post to make sure that your background's in place. The liability falls on the leader of the law enforcement agency. It's a decision they're going to make. They also make the decision on some background issues where they have to decide on gray issues whether they're going to hire that person. And so I can tell you that I'm going to support it because I'm going to support the California Chiefs Association in that request.
Let me ask our executive director, do you have are you receiving sufficient input here from the commission as to the drafting of regs? I presume would probably come back before the commission in December. Do you feel you have sufficient information to address the concerns that have been brought forth by the advisory committee and the commission?
Mr. Chair, yes, I believe we have enough information to draft a regulation, a proposed regulation. Now, whether you all should vote yes or no, that's beyond us, but I think we have enough to write it at this point, unless Melanie or Kelly, that you have any other questions. I think we've received the feedback, the guardrails. Whether it's a good thing or a bad thing, we'll leave it to your discretion, but we have enough.
Additional comments or questions? All right. Forward here. The next item is a report on the post-organizational wellness program, Management Counseling and Projects Bureau LEC Raymond Diego will report. And I believe Cassandra Vitin as well. One or the other or both. Thanks, folks.
Good morning, Commissioners. Thank you, Mr. Chair. With me today is UC San Diego Research Director, Dr. Cassandra Vitin, and she will provide a report from the university's perspective momentarily. The Post-Organizational Wellness Program was established to provide training opportunities and resources to help law enforcement agencies develop new or enhance existing organizational wellness programs for their sworn and professional staff to thrive in their personal and professional lives. Post entered into this 3-year contract beginning in 2022 to 2023 fiscal year with the University of California, San Diego Centers for Integrative Health to design and develop innovative strategies intended to help improve the health and well-being of peace officers and law enforcement professional staff, and the goal to serve 30 to 60 agencies until the end of the contract. UC San Diego was also tasked to develop a research infrastructure to evaluate the impact of this organizational wellness initiative, provide virtual resources to further sustain the programs, and provide mentorship to departments as agencies developed their organizational wellness programs. We're proud to say that the 60 agency maximum limit was reached in September 2024 as Santa Barbara Police Department joined the program. Over 40 additional agencies expressed interest in participating in the program, but were unable to be served due to the limits of the current contract. They were added to a pending agency list. UC San Diego provided subject matter experts to share insight into evidence-based wellness concepts for the law enforcement community and developed a new post-organizational wellness coordinator course. This course was post-certified in March 2024, modified and updated in July 2024, and completed the quality assessment process in November 2024. The course either met standards or was above standards on the post-training evaluation course and instructor assessment. The course was presented 5 times at various locations throughout the state between May to December 2024. Approximately 160 individuals from the 60 participating agencies attended the course. The participants were a diverse mix of sworn and professional staff, ranging from line level to command staff, including Sheriff Robert Johnson from Santa Clara County Sheriff's Office. The agency wellness teams received several weeks of mentorship from UC San Diego, and as they developed and implemented their personalized agency wellness plans following the completion of the course. Now, a group of subject matter experts were convened on February 18 to 20, 2025 at Post headquarters to review and update an unpublished guidelines document on organizational wellness. Publication and release of the new organizational wellness guidelines is anticipated for later this summer. The first post-organizational wellness conference was held on May 20 to 21st, 2025 at the Hotel Farah in Anaheim. The maximum registration was reached in March 2025 and a wait list was established. Approximately 165 law enforcement personnel attended from around the state. The Post-Organizational Wellness Conference provided the following opportunities to attendees: presentations and discussions with subject matter experts from the law enforcement community, health and wellness fields, and academia, networking opportunities with professionals and other agency teams across the state, strategies and ideas to help enhance the overall wellness of an agency's sworn and professional staff, a glimpse into the new post-organizational wellness guidelines, and CPT credit. So UC San Diego developed a new program with a virtual platform called 720 Health. This open source resource provides ongoing learning opportunities for agency personnel and wellness teams, including personalized learning pathways customized for individuals. UC San Diego will provide research findings on the correlation of wellness and the law enforcement industry by October 2025 following their data analysis. Without further ado, Dr. Cassandra Vieten.
Thank you, and I'm representing the University of California, San Diego, and our whole team is very grateful for the ongoing collaboration with POST, and it's been the honor of many of our careers to work on this project with our law enforcement professionals throughout California State with the guidance of Raymond Nanadiego and the team at POST, so thank you. All of you are very aware for the need to address wellness in law enforcement. And so this need has only grown over the last several years, and we anticipate will continue to grow. We know that we need to treat wellness now similar to any other perishable skill. We need to provide training from academy all the way to retirement, and we need to provide it on an ongoing basis. So when we sent out our initial interest survey to all of the agencies in California, 485 agencies expressed interest in participating. We also, in parallel, ran a literature review process where we looked at articles and scientific evidence throughout the last 20 years on what kinds of wellness programs have worked and not worked, what are the barriers and what are the facilitators. And we also conducted a number of interviews and focus groups from stakeholders throughout the law enforcement domain, sworn and non-sworn, and at all ranks, in order to try to get a sense of what the needs of the agencies were and what kinds of things they would feasibly able to be incorporate and what some of the barriers and concerns might be. So we came out of that knowing that there were going to be several requirements for a program to be successful, which are listed here. I'm happy to send you these slides afterwards. Very important to have leadership support, important to have proactive, preventative wellness, not just reactive post-critical incident. Very crucial that it be culturally competent and developed in collaboration with law enforcement and aligned with LD 14, feasible, realistic, and confidential, evidence-based, grounded in science and data-driven, and sustainable, and luckily UC San Diego is another government agency in California and a nonprofit. So having it be mission driven and not for profit goes a long way towards making sure that people don't feel like there's some capitalization on suffering. So we landed with a strategy that would be top down and bottom up, looking at culture, training, and resources, making interventions that would identify ways that we might be able to shift the culture in the agency, providing specific training for leaders in the agency, but also for all personnel to have access to, and then resources such as supplies, equipment, and access to mental health care. So our deliverables for this project were to enroll 60 agencies, to train 120 organizational wellness coordinators who would be placed in each agency as leaders, to directly impact at least 5,000 to 10,000 law enforcement professionals, and provide a curriculum for wellness for the at the individual level. We were also able to wanted to create a step-by-step agency wellness plan process and a guide, train OWC post-course trainers, develop effectiveness and individual and agency levels, and to leave a replicable, sustainable program. And so we developed 720 Health. This refers to the 360-degree situational awareness outside of you that's already trained, and adding to that a 360-degree internal integrative holistic awareness of how are you doing, how is it going with your thinking, emotions, and physical health. And so we wanted to provide evidence-based interactive trainings with integrative health technology interventions to make sure that law enforcement professionals and agencies would have access to the knowledge, skills, and resources they would need to create a culture of wellness. We did in fact enroll 60 agencies. We have another 45 on the waiting list, which we are going to be able to reach out to and offer training. We had multiple organizational wellness coordinator trainings in various locations throughout the state. These are just some examples of the kinds of trainings we held. And we were able to, at those trainings, not only give the organizational leaders internally a sense of what kinds of wellness practices were most crucial for individual health, but also to provide them guidance in creating a comprehensive agency wellness plan that would be rolled out over the next year or two at their agencies, in addition to following it up with mentors who would meet with them regularly to help them finalize their agency wellness plans, ideally get approval from their chiefs. Here's them presenting this in the workshop and getting feedback from the other agencies. And agencies began to work together on initiatives as well, which was really helpful. So each agency came out of it with a written agency wellness plan, which includes multiple components, priorities, goals, how to launch the program, how to evaluate impact, how to maintain and sustain, and what the budget might be for it. We were also able to provide almost 2,500 mentorship hours to date, and so far have delivered over $45,000 in supplies to the 25 agencies that have completed their agency wellness planning process. The other agencies are in the process of completing, and there are still grants available for those agencies to complete that plan and get things like these new gym flooring or water bottles or stretch bands or things that people need to assist in the education. So as we move from the agency level to the individual level, our goal was to increase resilience. Through all of the research we did and from the evidence that's out in the scientific community, we knew that these 6 domains for whole person health would be the most crucial domains to address: awareness and stress reduction, alignment with purpose, and those two forming the basis for being able to complete programs around exercise and movement, eating and nutrition, rest and sleep, and social connection. And so we were able to roll out 720 Health as a multi-platform individual training program that people could enroll in, either online, self-directed, or live on Zoom, or request an individual agency live training in person, which we did provide some of those. When they sign up for the program, each individual will complete a questionnaire, and then the education that's provided to them will be customized based on that questionnaire. They will receive up to 24 hours of training on an online platform that they could use at their desktop computer or on their mobile phone. They could, again, attend some live sessions if their agency wanted that. They would be able to track their progress and receive messages from the program, newsletters and things that would help boost their progress. And they would also receive 5 to 7 text messages a week that took about 1 minute to respond to, reading something that was a reminder about health and well-being, but also answering a quiz question or two about how they're doing in their sleep and their stress levels, et cetera. This allows us to get a very fine-grained and detailed approach to measuring the effectiveness of the program over time, not just in retrospect. Then we had about 850 people sign up for the Fitbit component, where they would wear a wearable 24/7 for 12 weeks, monitoring sleep, activity, and heart rate so that we could have objective measures. Now, as Raymond mentioned, today we will not be able to tell you the outcomes of these more sophisticated research methods because analysis is still underway and some agencies are still completing, but we'll be able to do that in October. So we have about 750 people enrolled and still completing. What we're going to be looking at with the research is, were we able to address the target behaviors, but even more importantly, were we able to find what we hope would come out of those behaviors: increased quality of life, physical and mental health, social health, well-being, stress resilience, mental health, lower burnout, lower PTS symptoms. We also have a confidentiality waiver from the federal government that allows these records to be protected from subpoena. And we hope that we will be able to see some agency outcomes as well as we analyze the data. So all of the green checks are completed. We're still working on the blue checks. We'll be able to report on that, as I said, in October. So far, though, we do have some data on people's response to the organizational wellness coordinator trainings, that they found it very useful. This is for the leaders. We also had a lot of lessons learned. There were some challenges with technology. There was limits of marrying two government technology platforms with the human technology interface. And so there was some frustration at the beginning where people were logging on, having to fix passwords and things like that. So those have been resolved for future buy-in. We also realized that even though we did a really strong leadership buy-in at the very beginning of the program, we realized that it really needs to be throughout the program, that if a leader says, yes, do this, I'm behind it, we need to be updating them every month, every couple of months, to make sure that they're still on board. Because when people get back from the organizational wellness coordinator training, they didn't always find the support that they were hoping for. However, for the most part, there was tremendous support by the agencies that were participating and a lot of enthusiasm. We will be hosting a training in August 2025. This will be at cost because the funding won't be continuing for the program through the state, but we're working very hard to keep the costs down. This is post-certified, so the lodging, travel, and meals will be covered, and the tuition we'll try to keep at a moderate level. We're also creating WellNet, which is a community for wellness leaders in law enforcement, which will meet quarterly to share best practices and form collaborations across the state, share success stories, and have access to practical resources. And so everybody will be invited to join that. We also have an online set of resources that are open source and free to everyone, every rank, every officer and their family members, and anyone from the public at 720@health.ucsd.edu. We'll continue to look for funding to support future programs for the 45 that are on the waiting list that might not be able to come up with the funding. And if you have the opportunity, you'll be able to scan this QR code and see a video of the people who participated in the program and what they thought of it. So I appreciate your attention. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Dr. Beaton, any questions or comments from the commissioners? Commissioner Gordon.
Just a couple things real quickly. I think it would be helpful, just based on my own experiences and our department experience, that based on the struggles with 720 in the beginning, I can tell you most of my organization does not want to use it because of their struggles. So I think maybe an opportunity for a relaunch would be really helpful. I know that I've been asked to purchase a different platform and some other things, and I've pushed back, allowing, you know, the kinks to be worked out, but I think it would be helpful for a relaunch so that people understand those kinks have been worked out. I mean, it's normal for a new program, so there's nothing bad about that. It's, you try and then you fix and you try again. So that would be one suggestion. And then I think in terms of what you're speaking, in terms of leaders not being as involved or supportive, I think part of that, though, it would be helpful if the program continues to do a monthly reach out.
Yeah.
because it's hard for me as a chief to have the check and balance because I have to rely on those coordinators, and it's just human nature. Sometimes the communication is not as good. So it would be helpful for me to know these pieces are coming up. I can make sure that I'm engaged and, my folks are also continuing to be engaged. So that's just from my experiences. I appreciate the team has been wonderful. I think there's lots of great things that will come out of this. I'm excited to see what the findings are and, meeting some of those goals. But those are just a couple of suggestions from what I'm seeing in my own agency.
Thank you, and thank you for participating. And yeah, I'd love to talk to you about how to best pull off a relaunch, because we'd love to do that. And that definitely was not a comment on a limitation on leadership. It was more what we could do better. Yeah.
But it certainly is a limitation on leadership as well. It's both sides. So I think the more that we can find ways to improve the information flow and encouraging as well. So.
The comments. Commissioner Johnson.
Doctor, can you speak to any working with labor, so the police unions in this space? I represent a pretty large police union, and I get the calls personally. So I realize this is a platform and it's a training, but there is always, because some of these situations are very, very complicated when they're called. So all these police departments and the leadership is being contacted, but how do you work with the police unions, the 720 program specifically, not the agency and their police unions, but the program and police unions?
Let me make sure I understand you correctly. So when we enrolled every agency, we had a series of onboarding meetings, and we always included the associations and the unions in those meetings to make sure that they felt comfortable with what the program was going to be asking for. And also if they were okay with the Fitbits, were they okay with the text messaging, and to explain the certificate of confidentiality from the federal government that protects from subpoena. So we did try to do that, but are you talking about a different level of?
No,
Okay,
just
okay.
talking about some.
Yeah, we worked
components,
pretty
because
closely with the associations and unions, and we were gratified to find out that they were, in general, very on board.
Thank you for that.
Thank you. Yeah.
Commissioner, I might also add, so while the current contract is ending at the end of June with UC San Diego with a special fund that Post received, our Bureau, Management and Counseling Projects Bureau, does have some ideas on how we can continue being a resource and a support to the field on this topic. So, for example, with management studies, we are going to be offering organizational wellness as a specific topic at the request of the chief or the sheriff on that. So, but we're happy to engage in conversation with the unions and other entities, because we do feel that organizational wellness and the benefit on the front end with proactive strategies combined with the response-based programs is really the direction that our industry is going. So we raise the resiliency higher for everybody, and then when things arise or challenges arise, then the response base can get them back to working sooner and faster.
And in my comment, just my experience with this, and the highway patrol's had it for a very, very long time, or longer probably than most. But we often, I have pretty strong opinion that until the agencies, the cities, the counties, or the state, and the unions and associations, until they're sending everybody to the same resource, not multiple resources, but one location where they can come to an agreement that whomever they call, if they call police chief or sheriff or me, a rank and file individual, we're all in agreement to send them to, doesn't have to be one location, single source, but to a limited amount of sources. Because if I just provide a phone number and say, good luck, and you provide a phone number and good luck, and they're two different phone numbers to two different, it creates a level of distrust in the system. And I'm sure you already know there's a huge amount of trust issues when you get into the wellness programs within police agencies and fire agencies and EMS and those types of things, because people, the stigma is if you come forward, you will be in trouble in some fashion. So I try to overcome that. I get a crisis call a week where somebody is in true crisis. And I'm grateful that there's a place where we can send them, and there's several places that we can go immediately. but I'm not sure my employer sends them to that same location that I'm doing because we have not come into an agreement about the locations where we're sending our personnel who need assistance. So it's very important. I would just tell you, it's very, very important to come to some agreement amongst, really tough to come to agreement with a bunch of cops, right? I understand that. 60 agencies are probably not going to come into some full agreement about many things, but it's very important in this space that the people that represent the line level officers are coming to an agreement with their employers or with Post regarding where we're sending these individuals and whom we're sending them to.
Absolutely, sir. That's a really great point. We thank you very much for that.
Thank you for your presentation.
Mr. Brazil.
If I can offer a suggestion for the future, because I know we ran out in June, and we've got this study, plus there's others out there that maybe Post consider hosting, I'm thinking out loud, but hosting some kind of workshop or conference, so to speak, between police chiefs, sheriffs, union presidents, city managers, county execs, and the risk management group. I come from an agency that valued wellness, actually gave on-duty workout time, partnered with the community college, and saw a significant reduction in workers' comp claims that got the attention of workers' comp and risk management. And we use risk management funds, but holding some kind of conference where different presenters speak about the importance of wellness and how it's a business decision. It's not just, I mean, we're taking care of the employees, but from a financial perspective, it's in the city manager's best interest to go all in with this. And basically being the lead on this, because this is something we keep talking about and having all these different studies. We know they're all out there, but we aren't pulling all the major stakeholders together. The union presidents, city managers, the risk management folks, community colleges, because there's a great partnership in that, in physical education, wellness within the community colleges, and we have a network for that. But thinking of something to do that and Post taking the lead to do that, I just push that out there because I don't want this to die. I want to see keep going and growing, and not that we fund it, but the cities start recognizing this. So some have, some haven't. And then the unique challenge is also if you got rural communities getting it versus, major metropolitan areas and resources. I mean, all those things come to light that way. So anyway, just my thought. Staff probably hates me for more ideas, but that's all right. I'll help, I promise.
Well, actually, Commissioner, that's actually a really great point because I think a lot of that's already happening. We did a presentation. We were invited to present in Monterey County, their executive seminar. We will be going to Kern County later in September. I just got the invitation for that just yesterday. So I think there's a lot of other similar mindset that's out there to your point. So we're in discussions with that in our bureau and with the staff, and we're very excited to see the leadership very much about wellness as well. So thank you.
That's great. I mean, we've got ICMA, it's the Association for City Managers. I mean, it's once they see the value and from a business perspective, the risk goes down, workers' comp goes down, less service retirements. I mean, it's a win-win for everybody. But we just need to get out there and get everybody at the table together. So.
I think that's an excellent idea. Hear from our executive director on the notion of kind of Post pulling people together further.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So Raymond mentioned that this was a special funding that was provided to us by the legislature of $5 million to be used over 3 years. The 3 years is up on June 30th, as was mentioned. It was an initiative by the state, both for us and for BSCC, who distributed money to departments in year one for wellness programs. As the contract obviously expires here in a few weeks, we will not have the ability to do another long-term $5 million contract in the future, but we believe that we will be able to have some funding available to deliver wellness programs in the future, starting this next fiscal year, whether it's a program similar to what we just started with UC San Diego or something else. We did ask Raymond to put together some proposals in terms of what they would like to do and what the costs are going to be to further those programs. So our intent is not to have a 3-year one and done and not fund any wellness programs in the future. It's just a challenge as to what we're going to do and how we're going to do it. But we should feel confident that we're going to have funding to keep furthering the wellness initiative, which, as we mentioned years ago, we had a lot of internal debate as to whether this was really our space or whether it's a department space. It was, split down the middle, including in the field. I remember talking to one chief saying, "Hey, wellness is my responsibility, not yours." I think we've changed in that regard, and that we do believe that we should be in that space as post. So please stand by, and we will continue in some fashion with some significant funding, but perhaps not at the same level that we have in the past. Or at least with a long-term contract would be a challenge. A one-year contract to continue programs would be perhaps a little easier for us to do, but we will move forward.
Mr. Gordon.
I just want to echo Commissioner Johnson and Commissioner Brazil's comments, though, regardless of, the 3-year program and these other pieces. I do think that Post is in a position and in a very unique position to make a big difference with this. And, in terms of funding, listen, there are ways to be creative with that and leveraging organizational, whether it's CPCA, whether it's CP, whether it's, the police, not the police, but the City Managers Association. There are ways to, tag on to those conferences and get all of the players that need to be at the table through those things. And I do think that Post is in a unique position, especially after these 3 years, to do that, to use the information. Yes, it is my responsibility as chief, ultimately, to make sure that, my department is participating in wellness the way it should, but it does not rest solely upon the chief. It has to be the unions in conjunction with the unit. It has to be in conjunction with our city managers and our risk managers. And so the thought that as a chief, I can do it by myself, but I do think that Post is uniquely positioned, especially after the last 3 years, to really, it could be the model program for the entire country if now that information is taken. It doesn't mean, it's another $5 million contract or anything like that, but, as a commissioner, I'm going to keep pushing Post to lean into this. And, I echo those comments because I think it's very important that we continue looking at this differently and looking at ways to get all of the folks at the higher level at the table. Because yes, our boots on the ground are at the table right now, but I don't think the leaders are at the table in the way that they need to be right now in order to really make the changes necessary. So.
Yeah, and in terms of funding, please do reach out to UCSD because we are going to be helping agencies seek funding in their regional areas and local areas from unions and foundations and corporations. It's a high ROI. It's a low investment for a high impact.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments? I would like to point out, some of you have were here from the get-go, but this was driven from the ground up by our former chair and former Santa Barbara District Attorney, Joyce Dudley. I remember Joyce banging on me when I was at the legislature a decade ago about this issue. She's been on it. She created it. She pushed it. She continues to work it. I think the comments of my colleagues, she would agree with all of it. And I think it would be appropriate, unless there's an objection to naming the post-organizational wellness program, I have to just make it the Joyce Dudley Wellness Program, unless there's an objection from here. I think we would take a motion in a second. Does anyone have any objection to actually naming this program after the one person who really did initiate this thing and has driven it this far? Is there any objection? Is there any objection to a motion to name that program after Joyce Dudley? Is there a second?
Commissioner Terry, I'll second.
Motion second. Is there objection to unanimous consent? Seeing none, motion carries. And thank you very much to the University of San Diego and Raymond for the work you do. And we're going to need to be creative. Thank you very much. The next item we heard briefly from a member of the public, the ACLU this morning, is a report on K-9 guidelines, Management, Counseling and Projects Bureau. LEC Michael Dallasay will report. The report's for information only. Mr. Dallasay.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and Commissioners. Thank you for taking the time to hear about this. I'll read from here. I don't want to miss anything, but in late 2024, Post revised the K-9 guidelines to reflect contemporary best practices for law enforcement canine programs. And these revisions, what we found, they underscore a pressing need, which is, as you heard this morning, the establishment of mandatory minimum training standards for handlers, program coordinators, and trainers with a specific focus, particularly on apprehension canines. Currently, as you're aware, there are no mandates that require this, which can create inconsistencies in training and development, training and deployment across agencies. To address this, the subject matter experts in attendance at the K-9 guideline workshops proposed a comprehensive review of existing standards for training, certification, evaluation, deployment, documentation, which ensure K-9 programs will operate with the highest levels of professionalism and accountability. This effort closely aligns with, as we heard this morning, and some of you may have heard yesterday, with AB 400, Assembly Bill 400, which was introduced in this year. Now it succeeds many others in recent years, but particularly AB 400 seeks to standardize canine training protocols and reporting requirements for apprehension incidents. It also mandates all canine handlers complete a post-approved training course within 6 months of assignment and requires agencies to conduct annual reviews of canine deployment data to assess compliance and evaluate use of force incidents. Now, if you've read AB 400, you'll recognize that this closely models that. AB 400, which is now in the Senate, was read in the Senate yesterday. I checked this morning. It was read in the Senate yesterday. It represents a significant step toward uniformity and transparency, and it does represent uniformity and transparency in canine operations. Now, the need for these changes is further evidenced by prior legislative efforts. As I mentioned, most recently, 3241, which loosely mirrored AB 400. It did advocate, however, for uniform guidelines, handler, and supervisor certification. So what do I tell you that? Because of you, as many of you have all shared with me during the K-9 workshops, is there's a recurring theme: uniformity, standardization, and accountability. So the momentum behind AB 400, supported by California State Assembly and is now sitting with the Senate, along with law enforcement stakeholders such as yourselves, K-9 training specialists, and it reflects a unified call to address this concern. The proposed updates to the K-9 guidelines, which were actually published late last year, along with the provisions of AB 400, are essential for enhancing effectiveness and public trust in our K-9 programs. By establishing clear standards, we can ensure that our handlers and their K-9 partners are equipped to serve our communities safely and equitably. So I'm here to, with all that being said, I'm here to inform the commission that what Post proposes is to conduct a research of all existing documentation and training and identify mandatory minimum training standards as they're outlined in the guidelines. And I do welcome any questions at this time.
Questions, comments? Commissioner Brazil.
I can't help myself on this one.
No.
The prior, did we have prior guidelines? Did I read that right? In 2014?
2014, yes, sir. It was the last time they were updated.
Do we know when the last time we talked about it here? I apologize if we talked about it recently.
No, it hasn't been presented at commission. No, in recent years, it has not.
I might suggest as we move forward with some of the stuff, we actually talk about it here. And specifically, I'm going to give an example. So by background, I was a canine handler, also taught the basic and advanced canine course. And then on page 6, under 4, tactical release, if we had to physically touch our dog to release off of a bite, you failed in every competition, you failed in certification, but yet we now require that you demonstrate that to do that. That was a failure back in the 80s. And somehow we got to a point where it's okay to actually pry a dog off of somebody. That bothers me a lot that that's actually in there. And that's a demonstrated skill that should be a failure, not a demonstrated skill. So again, I think it's one of those, sometimes we have to talk about these things here. to at least express that out there. Granted, you've got a bunch of SMEs that are there, but you know, sometimes it's valuable to hear another opinion. It's not your fault, by the way. It's not you.
I appreciate it. My
But-
dad was
but-
a handler, so he gave me the same grief.
Yeah, and so I'm looking.
Insight, sorry.
I'm looking at going, does this require an agency to demonstrate this, even though that's against their policy, against their training, and the dog would be pulled off the street if you had to do that. So there's some conflicts here that potentially, if I'm a department head reading that, I got to demonstrate a skill that's unacceptable in our department. So again, it's one of those, I think some of it will get fleshed out with 400, maybe not. But again, it's one of those, this is a big deal when it comes to use of force, when it comes to using canines. So just my take, and I'm done now. So.
Commissioner Brazil, are you suggesting what specifically, that this come back for additional?
No, it's already out there. So we've published it. It's our guidelines. It's on the website. I was looking for the old one to see if the old one had it, but I can't find the old 2014 guidelines anywhere. So in my preliminary search, I'm sure it's out there. I just didn't see it. But anyway, I just want to express my concerns on big deal items like this. We should see them before the guidelines are published, particularly when we're now going to establish a legislation that says follow the post guideline when we haven't seen the guidelines to begin with to approve them. They're now being voted on in 400, because that's what it says. If I read the legislation right, it's based on post minimum guidelines. That's the minimum for the state.
Correct. By January 2027.
Yeah.
Just to ensure that I clearly understand, is the discrepancy is cause for concern. Would you have advice on how to proceed? I guess in light of what the subject matter experts are saying and your recommendations.
I'm suggesting that when we get these in the future, we should see them before they get published as a guideline from Post, because our names are on it. Post Commission's there, and yet I don't remember seeing this to vote on them or not. Maybe we did, and I have Alzheimer's, okay. I'm the old guy in the room, so it's okay.
Commissioner Gordon.
And I would echo Commissioner Brazil's comments. Although I was not an apprehension handler, I was a canine handler. And there are things in these guidelines that I consider very weak, and my name is on this. And so when it talks about, should be recert if there's a lengthy time off, we don't establish any guideline for that. That leaves a lot of interpretation. And I would love to think that every program is up to the same standard as the other, but they're not. That is why we are here with this. And so, we talk about an evaluator and we leave that at one sentence. We don't actually clearly establish evaluator guidelines in this. So I understand it's already been published, but I will just express that I wish this had come to the commission first. And I think this is being relied on as far as AB 400. I understand we had subject matter experts talking about this, but I think it's also important to have leadership look at it from this standpoint, because there are things that we have seen, and know and want to ensure that this is the standard that we are setting for the profession. So I'll leave it at that, but I do think this should have come to the commission, and I think there is still some work to be done.
I would like to echo that, and I was a bit concerned over the gentleman from the ACLU and his testimony. I don't know the answer because I haven't seen these, but he's saying it's inherently inconsistent with where the legislature is moving. I don't know if that's true or not with 400 or whatever other efforts the legislature has before them, but I would certainly hope that we can, at a minimum, circle and get definitive answers to that before we go forward and see if the gentleman from the ACLU is in fact correct, because that would be an concern for me if we're moving opposite where the legislature is going. Mr. Executive Director.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So perhaps at the September meeting, if you all could review them, and we can do our own review and take the ACLU's comments this morning back and address some of those concerns. It is a living document, so it can be refreshed and redone, revised. Obviously, we've done that quite a bit with use of force guidelines and hate crimes guidelines that seem to be updated once a year. My apologies, my personal apologies for the for the guidelines coming to you now as a consent item. It was an update. We had some internal discussion, and I'm the one that said, hey, it's an update. We just publish updates as we do them. So I apologize to you if you all would like to see them in the future. Obviously, we'll make sure to bring them forward. But I suggest we bring this back on for September for a bigger discussion about those guidelines, allow us to have some discussions with the ACLU as to what their concerns are. That was news to us this morning. And then bring it back, hear some more feedback from you. And then if we need to revise them, we can revise them. I know Mike is also working on mandated, not mandated, but standardized minimum content curriculum for canine training that we do not have at this point, and that is something that we're working on for the future. So it would be wise to just keep it on the radar if you are amenable to that for September.
Commissioner Terrio, I would suggest that if we're going to do that, we bring those subject matter experts from AB 400 back into the conversation as well. If we're gonna, I'd like to know some feedback from them specifically that's up to date for the times and yeah.
Sure. Well, I believe we can arrange for that. Yep.
Any further comment or question?
Commissioner Braun, if possible, could we see the prior versions of the canine guidelines, just so that we could see how they've evolved over the years, to answer Commissioner Brazil's question?
Now we just have to figure out how we could do that lawfully, Mr. Darden. Can we email them the prior version, or I hate to wait for the next agenda item to include both sets of guidelines. Can we send it to them in advance?
I think that's completely fine.
Okay.
I don't have concerns about that.
Okay, we will send an email with the previous guidelines and the current guidelines.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Mr. Dalsay.
Thank you.
Next is a decertification update. Bureau Chief Christine Ford of the Professional Conduct Southern Bureau and Certification Bureau Chief Michelle Weiler will report. As you guys come to the dais, Michelle, as you report on the 3 Penal Code 1029 felony conviction ineligibles that are referenced in this item, could you briefly clarify the distinction between 1029 ineligibles or disqualifications and the 1029 revocations, which we'll address again later in the agenda? It appears to be a distinction without a difference, but I believe the nomenclature is based on statutory and regulatory timing, and it's all a bit confusing when we're looking at 2 different items.
Yes, sir. That was
We
my,
have new members and so forth. If you could just
that
kind of
was my plan.
briefly, why we have 2, and why we treat them differently and call them different things when in fact they seem to be the same.
Yes, sir. That was my plan, considering we have a new member. Let's start with the first slide. Good morning, Commissioners and Chair Long. So these are statistics as of May 15th of this year. They only encompass from January 1st of this year. At our previous meeting, I had shown last year's totals as well as this year's to kind of close out the 2024 year. But at the Commission's request from last year, these are just year to date for 2025. As you can see, as of May 15th, we have a nice round number of 3,000 peace officers who have separated for various reasons. For our newest member, this number encompasses not only individuals who have retired or resigned in good standing, have been terminated for potential disciplinary actions or misconduct, separated during their probationary period. It also encompasses individuals who have separated in good standing so that they could take on a position at a different agency. So our lateral officers are also encompassed in this number. That goes for the same for the appointments that are approved. That number not only encompasses brand new peace officers, it also encompasses the lateral peace officers who are moving from one agency to another because they're a brand new appointment to their new agency. And then proofs of eligibility. Again, that encompasses not only our brand new peace officers, but it also encompasses our jail deputies, our reserve officers who have not ever received a basic certificate. So those who were never full-time peace officers that had basic certificates. So that number is a mixed number as well. For our newest commissioner, you'll see some of these boxes have the little I. When it's live, you can hover over that and it'll give you the same explanation I just gave you. We have had 157 peace officers separated due to some reason related, I'm sorry, we've had 157 allegations of serious misconduct tied to separations. Those represent 119 distinct peace officers. And in that bottom box there, you'll see a tally of all the allegations of serious misconduct tied to these separations. Those numbers may not necessarily add up to the same 119 because some officers may have multiple allegations of serious misconduct. Here's a breakdown of the actions we've taken so far this year up to May 15th. We have issued 37 immediate temporary suspensions. We have removed 18 of those. Of those 18, some of them include those that were withdrawn by our executive director, usually because we've lost the jurisdiction for the immediate temporary suspension. Maybe originally there was a charge, an arrest, and those charges were dropped or dismissed. So we don't have that jurisdiction for the temporary suspension anymore. And some of those are also the suspensions we've withdrawn and replaced with a revocation because we're replacing that action with a further action. We have so far received 21 voluntary surrenders. Again, we've revoked 18 certifications, and then we've deemed 12 individuals ineligible based on a conviction identified in Government Code Section 1029. I'll dive into that a little bit further when I show those 3 individuals that we've most recently deemed ineligible. Here's our demographic data for this year so far. These are the peace officers we have taken action against. There'll be a further breakdown later, but you can see in the top left corner, it's broken down by gender. On the top right corner, age distribution. The bottom half there is ethnicity, years of service distribution, and then a further breakdown of gender. Someone did ask me, not yesterday, but somebody in general asked me about non-binary because we do have that option. So far, those options have not been selected in EDI, so we don't have that information to report. Everybody's specifically selected male or female. These are our statewide demographics. This was asked for in the last couple of commission meetings, so I'm providing it again as a comparison of how we are represented statewide in the profession of law enforcement in terms of ethnicity and gender. And then these next few slides, you guys should have these as part of your agenda item. It's more for anybody who's in the audience who doesn't have this packet, so they can see a breakdown of what we just went over 2 slides ago, just more visible. Here we have the breakdown of peace officers we've taken certification actions against. They're broken down by their age and years of service. And then this slide, this is statewide data. We were asked a few meetings ago for just a general idea of what the education of our peace officers looks like. The caveat, of course, is that this is only as good as the data that we receive when the officers are applying for their professional certificates, because we don't have this information for every peace officer. We don't ask for that at the time of appointment. So this is, again, only as good as what we have for those officers who have professional certificates. So this is the statewide data. When this is live, which it is not public viewing yet, I wanted to make sure that before we make this a public page for people to see, you guys had an opportunity to look at this, ask questions, ask for additions, but we can toggle the data on here. Yes, ma'am.
Percent. Like what percentage, I know it's not exact, but I think it would be the comparison of, because we have the total number of peace officers in the state. How many of those do we show that have a degree? What is that percentage? And then what is the percentage? I see the number, but what is the percentage that then have a degree for misconduct? Because I think there's a lot that we could gain from that, especially as a conversation about what education is required to be a peace officer. So since the data is there, I would just ask for that additional step that we could see the percentages.
That's an easier ask than the advisory boards asked yesterday. Yes, we can look into doing that. The next page is actually specific to the officers we have taken action against. It is the same display of the data, but we can certainly work on bringing percentages into that. Just the advisory board asked yesterday about a breakdown for those who have some college, and to break that down by the college credits. Are they college credits earned from attending college courses versus credits earned for attending the academy versus credits earned for in-service training? So that is a long-term breakdown that I will be giving this commission and the advisory board. It'll be definitely a long-term project because we'll have to, at this point, I think, manually review that data in reviewing transcripts. We don't have a way to automate that at this time. So that is something that we could try to produce in the future.
Joe, I was actually, it's Rick over
Where's the
here. I was
post-it
going to
note?
go the other way. I'm just looking at education.
Mhm.
Unless staff sees a need to show somebody's got an AA and a BA, that's a BA. I mean, that's their highest degree. I don't know if you need that much detail unless you're seeing patterns or trends that somebody with a Bachelor of Science is different than somebody with a Bachelor of Arts. I don't know if we need that level of breakdown. I personally don't. It just, to that, it's too many pieces in there. It's like, well, unless you're seeing somebody who's got a science degree different, somebody's got a political science degree versus a biology degree, I'm not sure that we need that much detail. I'm going the other way. It's just like
Yeah.
put them in bigger clumps because I think it's easier to look at and analyze the data. I'd also look and see if maybe we can even do some of the ranks that are similar. We might call them different. There might be a way to consolidate some of the ranks. May not be a way to. I'm just not sure yet.
Okay. I'll work with our computer services team. I think we can definitely work on combining the degrees. So my question actually was, my next question before you had your question
Sorry.
was going to be, so some of these are combined where we have an officer who's reported initially an AA, and then when they go to apply for their next certificate, they've now achieved a bachelor's degree. Would you prefer to just see the bachelor's degree represented rather than the breakdown of the degrees that they have?
Yes, their highest degree.
Personally, what's your highest degree achieved? I don't need to know if you've got a JD and a bachelor's. You've got a JD, so you had your bachelor's degree to get your JD. So highest degree achieved.
I would say, Michelle, to my scribbles were to do more disaggregating, but also, I was messing around going, what are the percentages? Like, I have no idea how many chiefs have this or how many this and this, that would be much more interesting than that level of aggregation, I think.
Who has a bachelor's, who has an associate, and who has a master's, and maybe a JD, but I think you could break it down into some bigger categories that we could actually see the data in the way that, with a percentage that would make a little more sense.
Yeah. Very good.
I did have one follow-up just because you brought it up. Upon appointment, we don't know, and Post doesn't know what degree they have. But I do think it would be worth the consideration of adding it on the appointment because the department is going to know. It's part of the background. They have to provide transcripts, so it's not like there's additional work that goes into that. So if that is notated on the appointment, then I think maybe the data is more accurate about who's starting with a degree. And then as they get, additional certificates, that's updated if someone goes and back and get their master's. So it's just a suggestion when we're talking about education and the data where we're gathering. It's like I said, it's not a bigger lift for the department just to enter that. They're entering from the background, and it may be worth it.
That is also something we're forecasting having to do anyway, when, I don't know where Megan is, but when our favorite bill comes to fruition, we're probably going to have to find a way to track that anyway. So that is something that we could look into implementing sooner rather than later. Okay, and then the last thing before I hand this off to my partner, Christine, normally we do throw up the names of the individuals that we have deemed ineligible for you to view. We only have 3 names this go around. So before I was just going to read them off. Before I do that, for the sake of our newest commissioner, we categorize our peace officers with felony convictions differently based on the date that they were convicted and the date that SB 2 was implemented. So we have a group that we call 1029 ineligible. So those are the individuals who were convicted of something that was identified in Government Code Section 1029, whether it's a felony or a misdemeanor, mostly felonies, but there are some misdemeanors. If they were convicted prior to January 1st, 2022, we deem them ineligible because that's prior to the implementation of the bill. And then those who were convicted after January 1st, 2022, those are the individuals that are still ineligible, but we are able to move forward with the revocation because it's after the implementation of the bill. So we could revoke their certification based on that conviction. You will hear an item later on today that will be the last time that you will hear this, Chair Long, with a handful of individuals that we are seeking the commission's approval to revoke their certifications on for these convictions. And I'll reiterate that again later this afternoon. So the 3 individuals that we have deemed ineligible since March of 2025, we have John Balian, formerly of Glendale PD, Robert Longden Jr., formerly of Simi Valley PD, and Raymond Bramdahal, formerly of Los Angeles PD. So these individuals were convicted of their crimes prior to January 1st, 2022. Any other questions? I hand it off to Christine.
Okay, good afternoon, Mr. Chair and Commissioners. I'm Christine Ford. I'll provide you an update on our disciplinary action statistics and outcomes. On the first slide, you can see that we're just over 35,000 total agency misconduct reports. Again, those are all the reports that the agencies are submitting to post. The breakdown by year, by 2023 was our first year that we began taking reports. As you can see, that's the bulk of our reports thus far through the 3 years, 21,000. Over 16,000 of those were, as you can see, the retro or look back cases that we have. 2024, we leveled out to about 10,000, and 2025, we're online to probably take in about 10,000. So we're looking at about 10,000 per year. All of those reports, it shows 40,000 reported allegations that are involving 20,000 law enforcement officers. To give you some context, we do have over 82,000 peace officers in the state right now. Our top 3 areas of serious misconduct allegations remain the same since the beginning. That's physical abuse, demonstrating bias, and abuse of power. And then our breakdown for public complaints, we're just short of 2,100. And again, as you can see, the breakdown, 2023, we took over 400. And as the public became aware of the public complaint process, you can see the uptick. 2024, we took over 1,000. And thus far, we have 600. So we anticipate that this year will take either the same or more than last year. Our cases are about 33,000, as you're aware. Cases mean that they've been assigned to somebody within our bureaus to begin the investigation. We have over 13,000 that are open, and you can see the breakdown there of what is open with post. And what is still open with the agency, as you are aware, it's open with the agency when the IA is probably still being completed and or there's a criminal component to that case. And then we have closed over 20,000 cases thus far. This slide's going to show you our sustained agency findings. You've heard in prior meetings, we've referred to those cases, usually priority 1s or 2s. Thus far, we've closed 1,100, and the breakdown of those are not serious misconduct, 51%, not clear and convincing is 36%, and not actionable is the 13%. And just a reminder that non-actionable cases are cases where we received it from the agency. Those were our retro cases where due to the date of when the IA was completed and sent over to post, we could not take action based on the bill. The slide's going to show you the not sustained, unfounded, exonerated agency findings, which we referred in prior meetings as our priority 3 cases. Thus far, we've closed over 12,000. And again, you can see the breakdown. The majority of those cases, 95% of them are not serious misconduct, 2% not clear and convincing, and again, are non-actionable. Our executive director mentioned earlier in his comments that back in February, we had a significant number of P3 cases. In the 3 months since then, we've gotten that number down to about 7,700. So we're working down that caseload and anticipate that we'll be able to concentrate most of our time and energy on our priority 1 and 2 cases.
Ask a quick question on this.
Yes, Commissioner.
Are there some lessons learned? Because, 95% that are not serious misconduct, which I think is in one sense encouraging that departments are submitting. But it's also a significant workload on staff. So I just would ask if there's some lessons learned that, could be shared with departments on what we're submitting that we shouldn't be submitting. Just now that you've seen so many, I don't know if there's an opportunity for that or if that's too vague of a request, but just a suggestion.
No, I think that, thank you for the question. I think that as we've moved into year 3, I think our outreach with agencies and agency heads about what the requirement is has assisted. I think that will help. I think there are agencies that are still reporting cases that do not necessarily meet the criteria. And we continue to do outreach versus with trainings, going out to the field and having meetings with chiefs and sheriffs.
Would you agree along the lines of Commissioner Gordon's? I mean, one of the things that I think a lot of people, I'm certainly one of them, thought when SB 2 was passed that it was a pretty broad outreach, and has this not shown that we're asking for a lot of reports that are ultimately and obviously going to be unsustained? Is that not a conclusion you would?
Yeah,
I mean,
I would agree that's it.
And it was one of the concerns from day one was that it was too broad and it would capture way too many folks, It seems we need to be compiling the lessons learned page because personally, I think some amendments are in order here to make this a more effective process.
This slide shows the notice of intent to revoke letters that we've sent thus far. As of May 13th, we've sent out 53 letters. As you can see, 25 of those were default revocations. And the reminder for that is when the officer gets served that letter, they have 30 days to respond to post. And when they do not respond, it becomes a default revocation. We have 15 that have requested for review. Those are the cases that you've heard. And we do have 10 pending right now as of that date, where they're in that 30-day window where they're going to either appeal or they become a default. One was a default suspension. One ended up being a government code 1029 disqualifier, and then one became a surrender during that process. On the same note, on these notice of intent letters, you can see that a breakdown of what the agency did with those 53 cases. It gives you a very good idea of the agency response with those officers and whether the main allegation occurred on duty or off duty. As you can see from this pie chart, the top two allegations that we have for these cases that have moved forward through the process is that it's acts that violate the law and dishonesty. So a little bit different allegations that you saw on slide 1. Cases that have gone before our POSAD board, we've had 4 hearings with them. They've heard 15 cases. This is just a breakdown of what their recommendations were. Of those, 12 were revocation, 2 were for settlement, and 1 was for suspension. This next slide is going to show the commission recommendations on those cases that were heard, and the breakdown of those. The commission recommended 8 of those for revocation, 4 for settlement, 2 no action, and 1 for suspension. And then this slide just gives you the disciplinary decisions and outcomes. The board had reached a different determination from the division 3 times, and the commission had reached a different determination from the board on 5 different occasions. Something that Michelle already talked briefly about with the certification actions based on felony convictions. Those that were ineligible, there was 123, and those that we found after 2022 was 103. And the last slide we have is total revocations. That total 130. So the breakdown on that is 1029 revocations was 103. 25 were from that default revocations, and 2 were from default revocations before they got to the ALJ process. Just keep in mind, this slide does not show you a total of ineligibles that are on there and also voluntary surrender. So this gives you an idea of just the total revocations that Post has taken. I also want to provide the commission an update on some of the upcoming case dates for our Office of Administrative Hearings. For Peace Officer Solfredo Cano, his case is set for September 29th, 2025. For the case on Peace Officer Joshua Ania, this was a hearing for a cancellation of his certificate, and that is set for August 25th, 2025. And then lastly, we have Peace Officer Ivan Sarabia Medina, and his case is set for October 13th of 2025. And I welcome any questions you have.
Questions, folks? Any concerns?
Just a
Commissioner
quick
Gordon?
question on, you mentioned those dates. How long can we expect as a commission then to hear them after they go to the ALJ, hearing them back at the commission?
I will phone a friend, and Anne Marie said she was not going to come up here, but I do not know the answer to that.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Once a case is heard before an administrative law judge, they have 30 days within which to render a decision, a proposed decision to the commission. So it's not too far off from the hearing date. Now, that being said, strategies always include continuances. So the opposing counsel, when it gets closer to the hearing date, can request continuances and try to delay the hearing of the case. We can object and do what we need to do to hopefully have it heard timely, but the proposed decision has to be rendered.
The other little trick is judges sometimes can push briefing off. And if they want a closing brief, they can push the briefing off. And so that would also extend it. But it's by statute, it's supposed to be 30 days after the submission of the case to the judge.
All right, any additional questions on this item? I'm being told we have to break for lunch. I was hoping to get through consent. We're 2 items short. But we'll take a break right now. Be back at 1:30 promptly to knock this stuff off. Thank you very much. Get everybody back up here. The next item, we're going to a couple of fiscal items. a report on expenditures year to date for fiscal year 24-25. Administrative Services Chief Cheryl Smith and Assistant Executive Director Tom Osborne will report. Tom, if I could ask you to begin with an explanation of the $11 million hit to the post 25-26 budget. Let's start there and we'll work backwards. Where's the hit? Why the hit? And how will post absorb it? It's, someone was asking earlier about tracking the budget, and this one's, you gotta dig to find out what happened to post and where it's gonna happen. So if you could just, we could start there and then everything else kind of follows.
Yes, sir. Chair Long, good afternoon. Good afternoon, Commissioners. Tom Osborne, Assistant Executive Director. Wanted to briefly update you regarding the most recent May revision to the governor's January budget and its impact to post. Bottom line up front, we're taking a 9.94% reduction, which equals $11,123,000. And within that includes a reduction, as previously mentioned, of 6 positions and then some reduction in operational costs. During the March 25th, 2025 Commission meeting, I provided some details from the 2024 Budget Act, which identified 2 distinct budgetary reduction mandates, which would affect our upcoming fiscal budget, the 25-26 budget. They were Control Section 4.12, which is related to vacant position and salary savings, and Control Section 4.05, which relates to ongoing reductions to state operations. During that commission meeting, I explained our internal process, how we identified areas that comply with this budget mandate and provided our proposed salary savings and operational savings numbers. Excuse me. In the May revision to the January 10 budget, this incorporates our previously proposed salary savings and operational savings numbers, which are the 6 positions I identified equate to a savings ongoing of $1,789,000, and then operational savings of $9,334,000. That totals the $11 million for this next upcoming fiscal year. Within that, I can, as Director Alvarez talked about earlier, there's not going to be any impact to the field, no impact to the delivery of training, nor any impact to local reimbursements for ongoing training. Within that $11 million, the $9 million that I talked about, there was some reductions that we took as it relates to support related to SB2 related cases, specifically to the Department of Justice and OAH reductions. So previous submissions that created that budget had a forecasted amount of X. And as we have come further down the line, that is much lower than initially anticipated. So we're able to reduce some numbers there to make up the bulk of that. So that, by and large, is how we're going to accomplish our reductions for this next fiscal year. Happy to answer any questions you may have.
Questions on the $11 million hit to post and how it's being absorbed?
I have one, Commissioner Brazil. Are they sweeping the vacancies and eliminating them, or just were we just being mandated to keep them vacant?
It will be sweeping those
Oh.
if as proposed, come July 1.
Thank you.
Commissioner Terrio, and it's from the, which division of post is this coming from again?
The 6 vacant positions in particular are across all the different divisions outside of POSAD. So none of the positions identified are coming from POSAD. These have been positions that have been vacant for quite some time. And so it's not coming from the POSAD line items, if you will.
Any additional questions on post hits to the 25-26 budget? If not, you guys can proceed.
Okay, the slide up there is showing the total expenditures for post, total budget and expenditures. Post's budget is funded out of 2 state funds, the general fund and the state penalty fund. General fund constitutes 57% of post total budget. State penalty fund is 42%. On the next slide. That is showing just total expenditures for the state penalty fund portion of the budget. And it looks like we are spending about 58% of that budget so far, which is similar to the amount that was spent last year, which was around 60%. And then the next slide. The next slide shows total expenditures for just the general fund portion of the budget. We're at 56% right now, which is similar to last year, which was at 57%. And then on the final slide, these are all the commission approved contracts for this fiscal year. The invoice column will represent the expenditure amounts. Overall, 53% of the total executed amount has been invoiced compared to last fiscal year's percentage, which was a little over 40%. We seem to be on track. And then just want to point out real quickly that in the agenda packet, the executed amount, the total executed amount for supervisory course should be 1.83 million. In the agenda packet, it does not include the 2 contracts that were executed, LAPD for 141,000 and SAC Regional for 189,000. Are there any questions?
See none, thank you. I neglected before we raced into lunch to ask if there were additional comments that the advisory committee would like to make on any other consent items that we dealt with. Chief Salzar.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I'll be brief and try to summarize. We did have a discussion around the certification, decertification item, and the commission addressed a number of the issues that were also discussed by the advisory committee, but one having to do with the graph that showed the education piece. As you heard Chief Weiler mention, there were some requests for diving down a little deeper into that data, but also to include that chart didn't particularly give reference, so it just showed those that had a college degree, particularly in the misconduct, and didn't show, the percentages or those that don't have a college degree, that kind of give it some context as to, in terms of the total number of submissions on misconduct. So there was that piece on the education, but then some discussion, and there was some by the commission as well a moment ago, about education for chiefs or sheriffs who are submitting data and submitting information that ends up being determined not to be serious misconduct by post staff. And the issue there really being chiefs and sheriffs or agencies are submitting data that is in compliance with what the law requests us to submit. The issue is the definitions are overly broad. And so we're submitting information based on the definitions that are included in the legislation that ends up being not serious misconduct once you look at it. And so, and there was recently a meeting between PORAC, Cal Sheriffs, Cal Chiefs, and post staff discussing a few issues related to SB2. Some of that regards to procedural issues, but also some of that conversation surrounding the definitions being overly broad, which is leading to a number of submissions that make it to post that frankly are probably not serious misconduct or need to be looked at. And then Sheriff Honey particularly expressed concern over the fact that when you look at I think it was just shy of 13,000 open cases, 6,000 or so they're open with post, 6,000 with the agency. When those definitions are overly broad, then that case number is high for both posts and the agencies. And then you potentially have officers who are being accused of serious misconduct that should be addressed, but those cases are just pending, and so they're still working and not being addressed. But then it's just a burden on the post staff to have to weed through these and determine what's not, and so you're not getting to the cases that really need the attention because of that particular situation. So I think that summarizes the majority of what that conversation was, but. Good data on the education. It could be honed in a little bit, but really I'm concerned still just on the number of cases, how quickly you can get to them. And part of that's just the legislative definitions are overly broad.
Thank you, Chief Salzar. That's a wrap on consent. We move now to the Basic Training Bureau. First item is a proposal to amend Commission Regs 1005 and 1008 basic course waiver process. LEC Michael Marshall will report.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, Commissioners. Today, I'm presenting proposed changes to the basic course waiver, also known as the BCW program. The Basic Course Waiver program receives roughly 150 applicants a year, including the Specialized Investigator Basic Course Waiver, also known as the SIBCW. Since January 2020, 272 Basic Course waivers have been issued to individuals, and of those, 187 individuals gained qualifying employment. To date, 136 remain employed in California. Most of the requirements to apply for the Basic Course Waiver have been in place for over 25 years. To apply for a Basic Course Waiver, an individual must complete a 200-hour academy, have a total of 664 hours of general law enforcement training, and have a minimum of 1 year general law enforcement experience. To apply for the SIBCW, an individual must complete a basic investigative course similar in content to the SIBC, have a total of 591 hours of investigative or general law enforcement training, and have a minimum of 1 year investigative or general law enforcement experience. Regardless of the length of separation from law enforcement in another state, as long as an applicant meets the previous listed requirements, they can apply to begin the process with no other expectation for current training or experience. Currently, the process requires applicants to print and mail in their application with their entire law enforcement portfolio, which in 2025 is a very outdated process. There have been instances where packages with applicants' personal identifying information have been opened and information removed prior to delivery to Post. To address both the outdated minimum eligibility requirements and the outdated mail-in process, Post staff proposed changes to an electronic submission process system and propose an increase in minimum eligibility requirements. For the electronic submission process, staff have already started working the process to develop an online submission page for applicants interested in applying for the Basic Course Waiver or the Specialized Investigator Basic Course Waiver. This new process will allow them to electronically complete the application, have access to instructional packets to assist in the process, and upload all the supporting documents. The proposed increase in minimum eligibility requirements include increasing the basic training requirement for the Basic Course Waiver from a minimum 200-hour academy to a 400-hour academy. Increasing the patrol experience requirements from 1 year to 2 years, which is in line with the time requirement to obtain a post-basic certificate in California. Adding a new requirement that there will be no longer than a 6-year break in qualifying service to apply for the Basic Course Waiver, and requires the applicant provide documentation supporting their last qualifying employment did not exceed 6 years prior to the date of their application. Adding a new requirement, applicants attest they left their prior employment in good standing and are not decertified or in danger of decertification as a peace officer in another state. The last proposed change to Commission Regulation 1005 corrects a conflict in the regulation by removing the allowance of one additional opportunity to complete the requalification course or test out option as step 3 of the Basic Course Waiver process. Commission regulation allows 6 months for the applicant to complete the requalification course after receiving their approval letter from Post. Currently, if a Basic Course Waiver applicant fails the requalification course, regulation allows them a second opportunity to retake the course within 1 year of the date of their failure, which conflicts with the 6-month time limit. Post is proposing to revert back to the previous regulation verbiage, stating if an applicant fails the requalification course, the applicant would then be required to take a full regular basic course to gain employment in California as a law enforcement officer. Thank you for your time. I'm here to answer questions you might have about the regulation change.
Questions? BCW waiver, anybody?
Commissioner Terry, how many waivers do you receive roughly a year?
Roughly about 150 applicants a year.
And then I noticed it says if more than 6 years have elapsed since the individual's last full-time employment, not eligible. Is it any thought process on 3 years? Because isn't their basic certificate invalid after 3?
So we have looked at the options for 3 and 6 years. The problem is in California, it's 3 years. In other states, it could be 4, 5, 6, and some states, I believe, have no time limit to when it actually expires.
Commissioner Nieto, you took out the step 3 on retesting if you didn't pass the first time, and to go back that you have to go through a whole course. What is the reasoning behind that? Because it was retesting one time and you only had one other shot, right?
Yeah.
And it was within so much time, and you still had to get post approval if you did that. So why are we changing it to that you can never retest again when we allow people in the academy to retest one time?
Correct. Good question. One of the issues we saw with that is when we issue them their requalification letter, we give them 6 months to complete it. And that's in the regulation. And so with this, if they fail, they get 1 year from the date that they failed. So it changes that 6-month time frame, and it contradicts the policy or the regulation.
May I? If I may ask a question, because I could see there's a question over there on the other side of the table. Mike, can you elaborate? If an individual receives a basic course waiver and takes the requalification course a month after they receive the waiver,
Yeah.
and they fail the requalification course, what happens?
So with regulation, they have after 30 days, they in writing let us know that they would like to attend another requalification course, and then we give them the opportunity to attend another. That's the current process.
They can. Are you proposing that we eliminate that process and it's a one and done?
Correct.
I do have some issues on the thought process. I went to the one and done. And I do understand the time limits. Was there a compromise, and did we talk to other people besides making this decision?
To date, so I'm not sure how long this has been the new regulation, but we've only had one person that has had to use this second chance, and they did not pass the second time.
Additional concerns or questions at the moment before our executive director speaks up?
One other, sorry,
No,
one
go
other
ahead.
comment, and then I'll be done, I promise. Is we're changing a role on somebody who didn't pass to change the role. Is there some more reasoning behind that? Is that the workload or something like that, or?
I can't speak to the workload issue. I would propose that we table this one and bring it back if at all possible, just because I could see the concerns on that side of the table, and I have my own questions going on in my head regarding the requalification course and whether it should be a one and done. Is that possible, or at least we can table it during today's meeting, just so we can get some clarification and readdress it, or do it at another commission meeting? Is that possible?
Yeah, absolute, absent objection. That was a pretty quick roll, but sure, we'll put it over till next time.
I do have one
Commissioner-
question that maybe could also be given for consideration. How did we settle on 6 years? I think you said that, but if you leave law enforcement in California, or you go out of law enforcement, your post is good for 3 years.
Correct.
Wouldn't 3? I would like 3 years, actually. But
So one of the thoughts was in other states, they could still be current. And we kind of went with the 6-year rule of if you complete a regular basic academy, you don't gain employment after 6 years, you would have to take another academy.
But if you were California law enforcement, you could do a
Requalification course.
Okay, right.
And the
Okay.
requalification course is step 3 of the basic course waiver.
Okay. All right. Thank you. That answers that.
Yeah, our executive director has suggested we pull this one till our next meeting, seeing no objection to that. Yeah,
Or later today, if you just give us a few moments to just have a discussion.
or later
Yeah.
today. All right. They come in with something will be, change course. We'll hear it later today. All right. Thank you, Mr. Marshall. The next item is a proposal to amend training and testing specs to adopt a new learning domain 44 regarding active shooter. LEC Brandon Kiley will report.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, members of the commission. As approved at the March 2024 commission meeting, Learning Domain 44 Active Shooter was piloted at several basic academies throughout the state. That pilot training program process was completed in December of 2024. Post staff would like to thank all of the subject matter experts that took their time and effort to develop the training and testing specifications as well as the workbook. And we also want to thank all of the pilot program presenters that participated in this process. The following presenters participated in the pilot program: the California Highway Patrol, Orange County Sheriff, Riverside County Sheriff, Sacramento County Sheriff, San Diego Regional Public Safety Training Institute, San Joaquin Delta College, and the Ventura County Criminal Justice Training Center. Post staff, as well as some of the subject matter experts, were able to attend the majority of the course presentations to get in-person feedback from the instructors. We also put out online questionnaires to the students and the instructors that participated in the process. We received a total of 318 student questionnaires back to validate that the training and testing specifications did include the minimum content that the subject matter experts were wanting to have covered. That feedback was recently presented at the March 2025 Basic Course Consortium so that the directors and coordinators in attendance could hear a presentation from several of the pilot program participants as far as what they did to accomplish the required learning activities, what worked successfully for them, how the training was delivered, all with the goal to help the other course presenters develop lesson plans and also afford them enough opportunity to game plan for the potential incorporation of this learning domain into their academies. The content for Learning Domain 44 Active Shooter is designed to make students use their critical thinking skills in order to determine when they may need to use rapid response tactics versus a slow, systematic approach based upon the stimulus presented to them. And the required learning activities are designed to reinforce this. The required learning activities involve solo officer movement, team movement, incorporating formations, overwatch bounding, etc. And then there are more involved required learning activities that are designed to be required learning activities so that we have the benefit of the instructors to provide immediate coaching and feedback versus unlike a scenario test where you wouldn't have that opportunity. When you boil this all down to its simplest form, the idea is for the students to develop the ability to read the landscape and make the determination on what is the appropriate response. And that may require that immediate response or something else, but the emphasis here is for determining, does it warrant a direct to threat response and including rapid response tactics. This learning domain would ideally be introduced towards or at the end of a course presentation. This would allow the students to have undergone the process through their academy presentation of being exposed to patrol techniques, crimes in progress, etc., so that they've been given to the best ability in an academy setting to hopefully operate at a peak level of performance in going through the required learning activities for this learning domain and have developed the skill or the realization of, okay, understanding and self-recognizing in this particular situation why they're passing up an open door per se that they may not have, they would not necessarily do so when they're taught in other learning domains where it's slow things down, containment, etc. This proposed learning domain would be covered in the regular basic course for 16 hours, the module 1 for 16 hours, and the module 2 for 6 hours. If the commission concurs, the appropriate action would be a motion to approve the proposed curriculum as described in the staff report. I'm happy to answer any questions if there are any.
Commissioner Nieto. I think it's great training. So, this is just something to point out. We're adding 2 days to their academy, correct? With adding this course? Is that correct?
As far as traditional eight, depending how the academy schedules, but yes, for a traditional 8-hour schedule, with the exception for the module 2, which is the 6-hour increase.
Commissioner Nieto, there is no intent to remove additional training in the academy to make room for the active shooter, active assailant training. Yep, so this is an addition.
Gordon, looking pensive.
Is there a standard for the instructors?
That was something that was explored with the feedback of the instructors. And certainly one of the points of emphasis in the presentation back to the other directors and coordinators and ensuring that all of your tactics-based instructors are on the same page and they're instructing techniques that are complementary overall throughout the entire course of an academy. But the feedback as of now is to not make it necessarily a 1070 based instructor course.
I would give that some further consideration to make sure that the standard is consistent across the state and in the academies as far as who's instructing and what they're instructing. Because I think it could vary. And then my other question is, I noticed in looking through it, there's no testing on this whatsoever.
Correct.
Okay.
And if I may expand on that. The required learning activities were identified by the subject matter experts to reinforce that immediate coaching and feedback that can be presented during a required learning activity, which can't be done during a testing phase.
Commissioner Moon, correct me or educate me. And this is with the patrol rifle?
We aren't, and here's some of the ironies. The reality is that, and this is one of those matters that's, address the elephant in the room, so to speak, of one of the main tools when responding to an active shooter event would be a long rifle of some sort, but yet Post has limitations and how and if we'd be able to present rifle training in the Basic Course Academy, because not everyone is agency sponsored. But it's like anything else. We're teaching, we're emphasis on tactics and movement here. We're not teaching how to shoot a rifle. So this is not something where you would need a 1070 firearms instructor. This is again going to solo officer movement, team movement, etc.
Commissioner Doran, just to follow up regarding the instructors, so not having a 1070 instructor for this course would be consistent with other movement related courses in the basic academy regarding building searches and clearances. Those aren't 1070 either, so it would be consistent with that.
Correct. Yes. So for patrol techniques, crimes in progress, there's no 1070 requirement for those instructors. And this would be in line with that. And the thought process was, if I can teach patrol techniques or crimes in progress, then the general rule should be that the instructor should have an understanding of responding to an active shooter event. And when I say active shooter, this was a title that was decided upon by the subject matter experts that, quite frankly, makes the students sit up, pay attention, and recognize that I really need to lock in and focus on the tactics at hand, because I could very well apply these in a real world setting. But it's really designed for any active assailant event where there could be mass casualties involved. And it's the focus is, stop the killing, stop the dying.
Commissioner Terrio, first, I appreciate all your work on this. Secondly, could you just go through the, overview on the solo officer response? What that looks like?
Sure. So thank you for the question. The solo officer response, and I can apply it to, and this is one that we had the opportunity as post staff to observe in person, but we had one particular presenter that brought out their entire tactical team, and they had workstations like in a factory assembly line process. And one of the stations involves solo officer movements. Within that, and also included within a lecture component, is brought up the when it boils down to it, the solo officer needing to make a decision of do I need to go or not, and respond to the direct to threat, weighing, what is the amount of time that the next available resource may be coming from, et cetera. But it's really involving the movement of your standard tactics movements. As a solo officer, that 360 awareness, or just reinforcing concepts that they've already had in patrol techniques, crimes in progress, but also with that general understanding of may have stimulus such as something consistent with the sound of gunshots, and I may need to bypass an entire area to get to where that stimulus is. That stimulus then may not be there anymore, and I might have to transition to a slower systematic search until I have indicators that appear again, and then tailor my tactics accordingly.
I appreciate that. It's important that there's an assertion that if the officer feels the necessity to move forward and address those whatever threat may be, that's actually trained and put forward. We're one of the most armed societies, on the planet per capita, and so these things unfortunately play out every day in our streets. So when I see things like what happened in Uvalde, Texas, and obviously it's another state, et cetera, but we can't really afford to have, and this type of hesitations that we said played out. So I think it's really important to have the training. I actually would like to see some type of further, again, I know it's obviously more money and more expansive my problem, but an actual, added to the LDs that have scenarios attached to them as well, since that doesn't seem to be the case right now.
But and with the scenario based concept, that was something discussed, but to provide the resources for each student to go through individually, and then test accordingly, grade accordingly, and then if you have failures, to bring back so would some of that be severely diminished? So if you have a presenter that is doing their due diligence of trying to deliver the training, but then now they're incurring potentially an additional funding mandate, then how do they accomplish that to the same scale to where it doesn't diminish the overall purpose of it? And really some of the feedback and why this would ideally be presented at the end of the academy was some of the student feedback was that they realized that they were quickly going into a real world setting, and they had the emphasis right there in and of itself, knowing that they could potentially apply these tactics day one on their field training officer program to be prepared, pay attention, and lock in. And it's just goes back to certainly considered, weighed that, but that was ultimate feedback as far as not doing the scenario-based testing.
Understood. Just a long-term goal, I think, something to strive for, but I understand the issues that get in the way. Thank you.
And if I may, for the solo officer response, and that's something that was layered in throughout this with all the presenters, with that solo officer response, although there's no legal mandate that would require an officer to respond, it was emphasized that that's why we're going over, or that's why there is the inclusion of the solo officer movements, making the determination, also indicated in the training and testing specifications. And when it comes down to it, frankly, you sign up for this profession for a reason, and this would be for ultimately the goal of saving lives.
No, if you can't do that, you shouldn't be in this profession to begin with. Thank you.
Victor?
So just to expand on the topic of rifle, the use of rifles in the training. So there are some limitations with training on rifles in the academy pursuant to law. Affiliated students, sponsored students are able to train using rifles. Non-affiliated students are not. However, correct me if I'm wrong with this, Brandon, we do not dictate what weapon systems they use during the training. They can use pistols, they can use shotguns, they can use rifles, they can use shields, all of that is at their discretion, correct?
Correct. And thank you for pointing that out, because you have amongst presenters, you may have more resources with one versus another. So you might have a presenter that has an entire scenario village, can use munitions, et cetera. And then you might have one that doesn't have those resources. And included within that is, yes, you do have the ability to include tools, but the focus really is on the tactical movements.
Questions, concerns, will of the commission? Is there a motion to approve these proposed changes to regs 1005 and 1008 regarding basic waiver process?
And Nieto moves.
Sorry. I'm sorry, we moved on. I'm reading the wrong one. Right, for the new learning domain 44,
I'll move that one too.
proper one.
Chairman, was there any discussion at advisory on?
Thank you, thank you.
Yes, thank you. The advisory committee did receive this report and had some discussion similar to the commission's, just with regards to the consistency of the training, particularly with events where you have multiple responding agencies, and so the need for uniformity in training and response. We do have Tammy Morrell, who represents the Academy Directors Association. Her academy was one of the pilot agencies. She did provide feedback that and compliments to post staff for the great job they did. The pilot was run well. There was a mix of various sized agencies and adaptability of the subject to those differences, and that the training was run well and adaptable and consistent across boards for various agencies. But essentially those were the main concerns, just consistency, so that everyone's getting the same training as you have multiple agencies responding. And then a question with regards to whether this would affect eventually advanced officer courses. And at this point, we were told it does not. And that was the feedback.
Gee, thank you, Sheriff.
Yeah, Nieto still motions.
So we have a motion. Is there a second?
Brazil, second.
Motion and a second. Ms. Essex, please call the roll.
Barcelona,
Yes.
Braun,
Yes.
Brazil,
Yes.
Cooper,
Yes.
Doring,
Yes.
Yule, Gordon,
Yes.
Johnson,
Yes.
Long,
Yes.
no, Moon,
Yes.
Nieto,
Yes.
Rodriguez,
Yes.
Terrio,
Yes.
Woolery.
Yes.
Motion carried.
That was, yeah, 13 yeses. Motion carries.
Okay. Our next item is a proposal to amend Commission Reg 1006, an extension of time limits for course completion, which would allow basic course presenters, in addition to law enforcement departments, to request an extension of the time limit for course completion. LEC Brad Newmeyer will report. Welcome, Mr. Newmeyer.
Thank you, Commissioner Chair. Good afternoon, Commission. Post Basic Bureau is requesting a change to Regulation 1006. 1006 allows an extension of time to complete a course within the course dates. So if a course, 40-hour course, you only complete 32 hours of it, you've missed 8 hours, you won't get credit for the course. Based on illness, injury, military service, or special duty assignment required made in the public interest of the concerned jurisdiction, can be a consideration to allow them to complete the training at a later time, get credit for the course, and move on for a required course. The current language only allows a department to make the request, and a department is identified in our regulation as a post-participatory agency. This immediately rules out an academy from making a request. That's not a post-participatory agency. And with the academy being a direct representative of the academy with the post-course presenter, we feel it's important to allow the academy to make the request on behalf of not only a department sponsored student, but non-sponsored students who don't have a department to represent them. So by adding 2 words to the regulation after department to add in, 3 words, or course presenter, allows the course presenter on behalf of the student and the agency with justification by the agency to seek that extension to complete the required course after the course completion date and get credit for that course. And if you believe that's proper, then we recommend you approve the regulatory change. And if you have any questions, I'm here to answer any questions you might have.
Questions? Any question? I'll ask a question, Brad. You cited, it's really two clauses in 1006, and the first, this is current law. The first clause is, as you read, unable to complete the course because of X, Y, and Z, and in the public interest. And there's a second clause that says, or anything else, basically.
Correct.
One, I'm kind of curious about the origin of that, why the second clause just says, yeah, or anything else that should come up, which I don't get. And there's no deadlines or anything. And then second, so that's current, but then secondly, could you just, for my benefit anyway, explain what the interest in giving a private presenter the right to do what heretofore only the department can do?
Well, it's going to have to be in cooperation with the agency. If it's a department-sponsored agency and a private presenter's course, the department can make the request or the presenter can make the request. If the department wants to do it and exclude the presenter, they're free to do that. It just opens up the ability for the presenter to represent a non-sponsored agency or non-sponsored agency personnel. For example, Delta College. Delta College is an academy, and they cannot make request on the strict reading of our regulation for a course extension if one of their kids gets hurt in the last week and has to make up time after the completion of the academy.
So it's for basically you're after somebody who's non-affiliated?
Not affiliated, yes. Or a lot of times if it's I worked at the Orange County Sheriff's Department as academy, and we had agencies that were not our folks. So in this case, even though it's an agency-run academy, we could, based on their regulation, we can make the request for our people. But because we're a department, we could also make it for another agency's people, Santa Monica PD or whatever. If it's Delta College is not a post-participatory agency, and they'd be excluded from making the request for the course extension to get that required course completed. It's only for required courses we're talking about.
I would only ask, like, so I understand. So if a private presenter does it, does it have to be in concert with the department? Or could there be a clash there? The department is, we're not giving this guy an extension. Do they trump?
Absolutely. It's the department's asset. And if they don't want the employee to go back and get additional training to complete that course and not get credit for the course, that's the agency's prerogative. But it just opens up the ability. And frankly, we talk far more to the agency presenters at academies than we do to the agencies working through and this is mostly from the basic academies viewpoint. This is for 832, for a specialized investigator basic course, all of our modular courses, the regular basic course. There are a lot of non-sponsored students there that are probably underrepresented on a course extension if they need one. So this just opens up the presenter's ability to, on behalf of those students that aren't a department asset, to seek and receive, if it's reasonable, an extension of time limit to complete the course.
Questions, further concerns or questions? Chief Salazar, the advisory committee have something to say about this one?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. No comments on this item.
Is there a motion, a will of the commission?
Motion, Terrio.
Is there a second?
Second, Johnson.
Ms. Essex, please call the roll.
Barcelona. Braun.
Yes.
Brazil.
Yes.
Cooper.
Yes.
Doring.
Yes.
Yule. Gordon.
Yes.
Johnson.
Yes.
Long.
Yes.
Moon.
Yes.
Nieto.
Yes.
Rodriguez.
Yes.
Terrio.
Yes.
Mullery.
Motion
Motion passes with
carries. 13 zip. All right, we move now to proposed staff amendments to Commission Reg 1055 to require basic course presenters to provide the specific reason a student failed the course. Bureau Chief Carrie Holler will report. Welcome, Ms. Holler.
Thank you, Chair Long, and good afternoon, Commissioners. Currently, Commission Regulation 1055 requires presenters to complete and submit a course roster after the completion of a course presentation. The completed course roster includes all the individuals who attended the course and whether or not they passed or failed, and the successful completion was achieved. However, the regulation does not require the presenter to put a reason why the student did not complete the course. So there have been times where the Basic Training Bureau has been asked to the reasons why students aren't completing the academy. So we're asking that for basic courses, requires them to put a comment on there so that we can identify any potential trends or potential issues that we have with potentially existing curriculum or with academies. So at this time, I'll take any questions.
The question is complete support of that.
Commissioner Nieto, thank you for that, because I know sometimes it's hard to get an answer from the academies when you're hiring these people and they washed out and they kind of give you the, well, so this will make it a requirement. And then the second point is that posts will be able to track that to make recommendations to provide better training or recommendations to the academies in the future. So thank you.
Commissioner Doring, quick question for primarily for tracking purposes. Would it be a free fill box or would there be selections to choose from to help with tracking?
So in the roster, it's a box with like I think it's 200 characters. I don't from EDI, I don't know, but I believe it's 200 characters. So it's not a drop down, but they would, say failed firearms test. They could write a paragraph if they wanted to with 200 characters. And we'll be monitoring it. So our course approvers check those rosters at the completions of the course. So if there is something that's not clear, we could go in there and ask them to clarify for us.
No questions. Chief Salazar, Advisory Committee, have a.
No comments on this item, Chair.
Their motion, will of the commission.
Motion, move.
Their second.
Gordon.
I don't see any. Is there an objection to unanimous consent on this item? Seeing none, motion carries. Now to training program services. Report on DA investigator course regs. We will now hear the dulcet tones of LEC Andrew Mendonça.
Have to slow down now.
I always think I'm hearing, National Public Radio or something like that.
I have a good face for radio. Yeah. All right. Good afternoon, Commissioners. Commission Regulation 1005 requires all district attorney investigators to complete a course of instruction within 12 months of appointment. The requirements for that course are contained in two separate areas. One is Commission Procedure D14, which spells out the requirements for the course to include learning activities, learning objectives, and testing. The other requirements are included in, it's about a 45-page document that's incorporated by reference called the Training Specifications for the Investigation and Trial Preparation course. While the course has been updated over the years, the actual incorporated document has not been updated since 2009. In 2022, post staff identified the issue and brought it before the commission. They attempted to correct the references to the older document, but the request was ultimately rejected by the Office of Administrative Law for lack of justification or proposed alternative. And the request timed out with OAL before it could actually be completed here. In March of 25, post staff met with subject matter experts, including instructors and representatives from the DAI Investigators Association. Members represented the San Bernardino County DA's office, Riverside DA's office, San Mateo, Monterey, and LADA. All of the subject matters reviewed the training specifications. They agreed that the use and the structure of the document is no longer suitable or necessary for the course. They recommended adopting hourly requirements and minimum topics directly into Commission D14. This allows for flexibility in the future if we need to make course updates. The proposal is to repeal the training specification for the investigation and trial preparation course from Commission Regulation 1005. The topics that are currently covered in that document as learning domains would then be added to Commission Regulation D14 as minimum course topics. We would remove references to learning domains, learning needs, learning objectives, and learning activities that are currently in D14, and those would be incorporated into a course-specific lesson plan for the course. And I'm happy to answer any questions you might have about that.
Commissioner Nieto, sorry.
Yeah.
I did take took a quick look at it.
Yep.
You guys revoked, I guess, what you used to teach, looking at these things, and then I was looking at the topics. So,
Sure.
so my question is, there was a section on, I got to bring it up now.
So
Officer
I can track along,
shootings,
are you
yeah.
checking minimum topics?
The minimum
proposed minimum
topics.
Topics, yes.
And, but I don't know what they're teaching within those minimum topics. And the reason I'm asking this question is that when you look at DA's offices and sheriff's offices, sometimes there's some debates about who does what.
Yep.
And so this just opens it up, for the DA to turn around and say, well, post says I do this. And so if we don't have specifics, I don't know what that specific is.
So I'm happy to go through the expanded course outline with you. That's actually one of the things we're working with the DAIs on, is to identify what those specific things are under each of the topics. I don't necessarily think we should include that in the regulation. I'm not answering your question.
No, I just want to see what you're teaching. If I'm going to vote on a regulation saying, okay, this is a topic, and this is, again, as a sheriff, I don't want a DA to turn around and say, well, post says I do this, without looking at what that thing is.
So that would take the expanded course outline, which we're currently working with the DAIs to finalize into the lesson plan. So I can provide that. I don't have it in front of me to go through line by line to show you, for example, what they're teaching in public corruption. It's fairly broad. But if that's what you would need before you would feel comfortable adopting the minimum topics.
You included the ones that
Yep.
you killed though, right? So you took the ones, we're no longer teaching this, which was an expanded course outline.
Right,
And now you just have come back with something very general
correct,
for me to vote on with,
sure.
so. That's just a comment, not a question, Manny. So.
The questions. Commissioner Nieto, let me ask, does your concern rise to the level of asking it to come back later, or are you?
I
okay
would
at the-
just like to see in the expanded course outline what we're saying, hey, DAs, this is what we expect you to teach as far as what post is saying.
So you said, are you comfortable with voting for this at the time, or would you rather delay it and get more information?
Well,
Yes.
I don't, for myself, I don't want to vote on something I don't know what we're asking them to teach, to change the
Totally
regulation.
fair. Hmm. Similar concerns, other concerns from the members, questions? Executive Director tells me there won't be a huge problem if we put it over. Mr. Mendoza?
Yeah, happy to.
I mean, Commissioner has an issue. It's a fairly substantive issue. Let's get more information.
I would like that, so thank you.
Absolutely.
All right, thank you, Mr. Mendoza.
Yep.
Kathy, you doing okay? All right, we'll do one more, and we'll take a break. And we'll take up a good one, the Management Counseling and Projects Bureau. Report on establishing a definition of biased conduct.
Oh, I forgot to ask, does the CPCA have any comments regarding?
Oh, I did too, thank you for reminding me. Advisory Committee, I didn't think they did, but I didn't circle it.
On that item, no. Thank you.
No comment. All right. Anyway, a report from the Management Counseling and Projects Bureau on establishing a definition of biased conduct as required pursuant to Assembly Bill 443 and Penal Code 13510.6. Assistant Executive Director Anne Marie Del Munayo and LEC Raymond Nadiego will report.
Good afternoon again. Actually,
Oh, I'm sorry, I wasn't looking, I thought Anne Marie was coming forth, and the attorney, Simone Renteria, is here. Thank you.
yes, sir. Attorney for Simone Renteria will be joining me today. Okay. Gonna be a PowerPoint for this one. Thank you, sir. Assembly Bill 443 established Penal Code Section 13510.6 and requires the commission to create a definition of biased conduct. It states that beginning on January 1st, 2026, when investigating any bias-related complaint or incident that involves possible indications of officer bias, a law enforcement agency shall determine whether the conduct being investigated constitutes, quote, biased conduct, using the definition developed by the commission. Next slide, please. Post staff convened a group of subject matter experts on March 18 to 2025 to provide insight and help meet the requirements of Penal Code 13510.6. The group included Jay Boyarsky from the Santa Clara District Attorney's Office and Assistant CEO Jonathan Raven representing the California District Attorneys Association, Detective Ashley Oliver from the Sacramento County Sheriff's Office, and Constitutional Policing Advisor Mary Izzati from the Orange County Sheriff's Department, representing the California State Sheriff's Association, Lieutenant Carmelin Rivera from the San Diego Police Department, representing PORAC, or the Peace Officers Research Association of California, Special Agent in Charge Lottie Bloxam from the DOJ, Sergeant Robert Raw from the San Mateo County Sheriff's Office, Captain Sean Frost from the San Francisco Police Department, Retired Lieutenant Paul Henry from the Santa Rosa Police Department, and Administration of Justice Department Chair Cheryl Mackey from Chabot College. The representatives from the RIPA board included Marisol Leon from the DOJ, Co-Chair Andrea Guerrero, and Public Defender Soleil Diallo from Riverside County. The diverse group of subject matter experts met over the 3-day workshop to assist the Commission in meeting the requirements of AB 443 and Penal Code Section 13510.6 through their collective insight. The subject matter experts had legal, academic, or law enforcement backgrounds and came from various regions around the state. The group provided a suggested definition for, quote, biased conduct to the Commission and offered input to expand guidance for background and internal affairs investigations by law enforcement agencies through their collaborative effort and diverse expertise. The suggested definition was included in this agenda item as Attachment A and as a collaborative product of the subject matter experts in the workshop, not an independent work product by Post staff. The accompanying information in Attachment A is offered by the subject matter experts as suggestions and context to help the Commission meet the requirements of Penal Code 13510.6. The group discussed how bias operates not only through what people do, but also through what they fail to do. Within the context of AB 443, they talked about some of the academic literature on bias and key examples like failure to intervene in use of force incidents that could make officers complicit in bias or unlawful actions. They also discussed neglecting to investigate certain complaints since failure to act on reports due to biased assumptions could reflect systemic bias through inaction. Traffic stops also came up since inaction within agencies can enable a culture of racial bias and lack of accountability. The subject matter experts agreed that including, quote, inaction in the definition is critical. The suggested definition by the subject matter experts in the workshop provides considerations to expand the statutory language in Penal Code 13510.6A by introducing or paraphrasing statutory language by using verbiage such as, quote, action or inaction, quote, whether on duty or off duty, but omitted some language that the statute mandates be included, for example, quote, encounters with the public, first responders, or employees of criminal justice agencies as defined in Section 13101. And also, quote, an officer need not admit bias or prejudiced intent for conduct to be determined to be biased conduct, end quote. Next slide, please. And one more, please. Two options to define biased conduct are provided on the screen in yellow font. This is option A, and it defines biased conduct using statutory language only. Next slide, please. Option B replicates option A with the added language from the subject matter experts suggested definition in the workshop found in the agenda attachment. Option B is not the identical definition suggested by the subject matter experts, as additional text was needed to comply with the statute mandate. Option B was constructed as a suggested definition to meet the statute's requirements while including additional language recommended by the subject matter experts. We'll take any questions.
Questions on the definitions, questions?
I have a procedural question. Are we supposed to pick between option A and option B here? Okay.
That would be the recommendation of staff. That is certainly an option. I think it's easier, actually, if you look at the agenda, it shows A and B laid out kind of the same, and the only real difference is there's two components really. Correct me if I'm wrong. The B has biased conduct may result from action or inaction, and biased conduct may occur on duty or off duty. Those two statements are not in A, which simply relies on the statutory definition.
That's correct, sir. So
There's really
option,
just two lines that are of difference. And if there's no comments right now, I know there were quite a few comments from Jason's gang. Chief, would you like to talk a little bit about that, please?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll do my best to we did have a fairly robust discussion. I'll do my best to summarize it, but there was some discussion primarily too, as well, just with regards to difficulty determining bias, as it can be a subjective evaluation, and some questions as to whether or not once a definition is adopted, if POST provides guidelines to agencies, particularly on how to determine bias in background or IA investigations. And we were told that would take place. There were some comparisons to SB2 issues regarding this definition potentially being overly broad, and particularly with concerns about the terms in option B that reference inaction, and then the off-duty reference as well. Comments made regarding law enforcement doesn't always have a duty to act in certain circumstances. And so ensuring that that doesn't get labeled then as inaction for purposes of bias, particularly as it relates to response to mental health calls. You've seen, a number of agencies now that have adopted either disengagement policies or not responding to mental health. Can that be somehow determined to be inaction for purposes of bias against a protected class? And then the references to off-duty. Is there a duty to act while off-duty or consequence for inaction while off-duty? There was some discussion around, the combination of those two, inaction, off-duty. There was, as attachment A provides some additional context to the definitions that are provided here. And so when you read through the attachment that is included in the staff report, it goes into depth as to kind of what the intent of each of those comments was made. However, those would not be provided as context once you adopt the definition. At some point, I suppose it could be provided as part of a guideline for either background or IA investigations, but the definition as it stands alone without some of that context had some concern for members of the advisory committee. I would say it was there's 12 members of the advisory committee. I believe there were 5 that were not in favor of option B and preferred option A. And the concerns primarily kind of surrounding inaction and off duty, and quite a bit of discussion on those 2 items.
Thank you, Chief. Comments or questions?
Commissioner Braun, I feel like we had a lesson learned on this before, where we spent hours coming up with a definition only to be told that the statutory definition was preferred by OAL. So should we cut to the chase on this one, Toby, and or is this different?
Go ahead, Toby.
Sure. So the law does require for POST to establish this definition, and then agencies are required to use the definition when they are conducting any investigation of a bias-related complaint. So we are obligated to establish the definition. Just as with SB2, the legislature said we could develop the definition of serious misconduct, but there was minimum content that was required. Same here. So we can establish the definition. It is possible for us to put additional information within the definition beyond that which the legislature has specified as the minimum. So we can do that. Hopefully OAL wouldn't give us any pushback if we wanted to go with the option B. But again, it's up to the commission as to which option it wishes to go with. If the commission is concerned about option B and the inaction language, I do have some potential additional language that I could propose that might help mitigate some of the concern, but that's at the discretion of the commission if you'd like to hear it.
Thank you. I agree with what was discussed yesterday about the off-duty, on-duty, inaction, especially given the circumstance that consideration on when we are not required to take action. And if we're saying now that inaction is, I'm not being clear, but I think you get what I'm saying. Kelly does.
I would like to suggest, listening to the advisory committee yesterday, I thought this might be meet both sides halfway. I don't know. I talked to Toby about it a little. I talked to Jason about it a little bit, but striking the biased conduct may occur on duty or off duty, which seemed to cause the most headaches. Leaving the biased conduct may result from action or inaction with, go ahead, Toby, jump in with
Okay.
additional language that clarifies what exactly that means.
Sure. So I drafted this just as possible to clarify or mitigate if we leave the action or inaction in, and it would be the following. For purposes of this regulation, inaction refers to a failure to act when, pursuant to governing law or in accordance with the policy of the employing agency, the peace officer is obligated to take action. So again, what that does is say action or inaction, but the inaction is referring to only those instances where the officer is obligated to take action in accordance with governing law or the policy of the employing agency. So I thought that might be a way to mitigate it if the commission wants to leave in the action, inaction language.
Chair Long, may I add something?
Please.
So in response to that, because I know it's getting kind of a cold reception, there is one thing that's already in serious misconduct, and I want to make sure we continue to separate 443 from serious misconduct because one doesn't mean the other. So when we define an act of demonstrated bias for the purposes of serious misconduct, that's an act or action that is occurring. That's an active step. Someone's done something and the definition is different and it's been defined. So this doesn't mean serious misconduct. But the one thing that comes up is failure to intercede. That is already something that's required of an officer in use of force. And if that were what we were referring to in terms of inaction, then a failure to intercede based on some sort of explicit or implicit bias could in fact render the officer to have committed some kind of serious misconduct. I just want you to keep that in mind because that would be an inaction on duty behavior. The only other thing I want to mention, and then Simone can kind of elaborate on this, the bill does a couple of things. It requires us to establish a definition for the purposes of investigating misconduct or investigating, complaints of bias, not necessarily misconduct. But it also establishes or serves to require post to establish guidelines for agencies conducting investigations into applicants in terms of whether or not there's been any biased conduct before you're hiring someone onto your law enforcement agency, and that's looking through social media checks, etc. So there's a requirement in the law that Post will develop guidance on that, which is a little different than what we're talking about here with the definition in terms of the investigation. So it is twofold, and I just don't want that to get lost. So for what it's worth.
Commissioner Doran.
Go ahead.
Just wanted to, based off our prior conversations and talking about expanding definitions, I don't know that I see a need, at least from my point of view, to expand more than what the statutory regulations already say with option A. I feel like when we start adding things and pigeonholing ourselves a little bit more, it becomes a little bit more difficult for the commission to make decisions. And I know we've talked about expanding definitions before, but initially in reading this, I don't know why we would work to expand the definition further when we already have a statutory regulation there. Just my thoughts.
Mr. Gordon.
And I would also add, if there's a failure to intercede and during the investigation, it shows that the cause is bias, then that bias charge does come out. So there is a way that agencies have and then Post has to deal with that concern. The inaction piece specifically related to that duty to intercede. I'm not in favor of adding that and using B because I think you're adding a very broad from action to inaction, even by adding the additional language that you're suggesting. And I'm not a fan of the on duty or off duty either. So my vote is for A. So.
If I may, if you don't mind, I just want to make sure that we're all exactly on the same page. And hopefully the commission understands, we're not doing anything here with respect to the definitions for serious misconduct. That's not what this is. So we're all on the same page on that. Because really, this is just a result of a report that was done by the state auditor, who thought that law enforcement agencies, when investigating bias-related complaints, just didn't understand enough about what bias was and what might be causing it. And so passed this bill, which basically just says, we come up with a definition. Agency, when it's investigating bias, has to use that definition in order to determine if bias occurred, but there's no sanction attached to our definition. It's simply something that the agency is required to use. If there's a determination that biased conduct occurred, it's completely up to the agency to decide. If it did, and the complaint was a citizen's complaint that came in the door, then the agency might decide it's a training issue, or it's a violation of policy, or there's no violation at all. So I just wanted to make sure we were all clear on that, and perhaps we were.
That includes B as well? That includes B as well?
Oh, yeah, so the options A or B are just the mechanisms for us to try to satisfy the statutory mandate that Post is required to establish a regulatory definition by 1/1/26. Yeah. And
Commissioner
that was the
Nieto.
subject matter experts that had suggested that, yeah.
I would prefer, like Commissioner Braun, not to go down that rabbit hole again. Keep it as simple as we can keep it as a commission. And I do appreciate the auditor coming in and making a suggestion to let Post decide.
And with that, I'll make a motion for recommendation A.
Second.
Commissioner Terrio, second.
Ms. Essex, please call the roll.
Barcelona,
Yes.
Braun,
Yes.
Brazil,
Okay.
Cooper,
Yes.
Doring,
Yes.
Yule, Gordon,
Yes.
Johnson,
Yes.
Long,
Okay.
Moon,
Yes.
Nieto,
Yes.
Terrio.
Yeah.
Woolry. Two abstentions.
Motion carries 11-0. We will now take a break. Is 3 o'clock good enough? Kathy? Take a break until 3 o'clock. Could get back to their seats. We're a little late doing some offline business, and we'll get moving in just a moment. I wouldn't. You gotta find those items. What are they? Yeah, that's the only hard one. though. We're back in session. To sidebar conversations. I think we've got a couple of items we can go back to and we have answered Commissioner Nieto's questions on a couple of items. Then, so this will be the Nieto calendar. It's the sub calendar.
Thank you, Chairman. You cornered me, so I've learned my lesson.
We go back to 4, training program services. That's the report on the DA investigator course regulation. And Commissioner Nieto just had some questions she wanted answered. Post has come up with the answers. I think they talked offline, and I believe we're okay. Commissioner Nieto.
Yeah, just a comment. So he did pull me offline. I had an opportunity to look at the proposed curriculum. I am comfortable with the changes that they're making and would support the motion at this point.
Their motion to adopt the amendments reflected in the staff report on the district attorney investigator course regs.
Gordon.
Gordon, second.
The motion is second. Ms. Essex, please call the roll.
Barcelona,
Yes.
Braun,
Yes.
Brazil,
Yes.
Cooper,
Yes.
Doring,
Yes.
Yule, Gordon,
Yes.
Johnson,
Yes.
Long,
Yes.
Moon,
Yes.
Nieto,
Yes.
Terrio,
Yes.
Woolery, Rodriguez,
Yes. Let's be careful.
12.
Motion carries 12-0. While we're being careful on vote calls, I also, and a little bit of housekeeping, we need to go back and and make an adjustment on item 5A. That is the biased conduct. Commissioner Rodriguez's name wasn't called. We got the number right, but then his name wasn't, and it was inadvertently not called. So we need to clarify that. So I believe we can do that with unanimous consent. If there's any objection to it, the vote number does not change. It's still 11. But Commissioner, would you call the roll and just and call for Commissioner Rodriguez, please? Item 5A, biased conduct. Just call Rodriguez.
Rodriguez,
Aye. Okay, record is reflected and accurate. One more. We'll go back to the Basic Training Bureau number 3A. Wasn't it 3A? Proposal to amend Commission Regs 1005 and 1008 on the basic course waiver process. Commissioner Nieto had raised some concerns regarding the one and done thing. Those concerns were shared by the executive director and other folks on the post staff. Again, offline conversations, and I believe Commissioner Nieto.
Commissioner, thank you, Chair Long. I would like to propose to pull that out of it, and I would have, you'd have my support after that, and I think you'd have other people.
You specifically pull what?
The one with all the red lines through it. Let me look at I gotta go back to,
Here. It's step 3.
yeah, step 3. That's the one with the completely red lined out. That's correct.
We
Yes.
redlined out, and that was more or less inadvertently, I believe, made it through the staff process, and there was some chagrin at the part of various post staff on that, and they agree with you, and so that would come out. And absent that, I don't believe, are there any other concerns on that, or can we get a motion? Okay, that's a staff proposal to amend Commission Regs 1005 and 1008 on the basic course waiver process, as specified in the staff report.
So would we be leaving that in, Commissioner Long?
No.
And I want to hear from Manny what your recommendation would be completely. I know I did talk to you, Chairman, but
No,
I'd
we'd
like
be
to hear from
striking
the
that whole
director.
paragraph.
Yes.
Mr. Executive Director.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for the feedback on that. Just really do appreciate it. It is removing step 3, the 3 small i's, and we can read that into the record as to what we will be removing from the proposed regulation. Carrie, or I have it. Would you like me to read it, or would you like to read it? Okay, you can read it. So this is what we're going to remove. The rest will remain.
In other words, Manny, just so we're clear, in the posting in the agenda, this text had been proposed to be deleted. We are now reading it in so that it's clear for OAL that this text, although it was proposed to be deleted and what we posted, is now going to be included within the regulations. Is that right?
Thank you. Yeah.
Okay.
Because I messed that up. That is correct.
All right, that was my confusion. I'm like,
Thank you.
okay, I think that's the same thing there. So,
The opposite of what I
okay.
said initially is correct. I'm sorry about, thank you, Toby.
So Commissioner, Chair, so that will be staying in the post regulation, correct?
Correct.
3, okay.
Would you like us to read it in? For the record, Mike.
Lowercase I. An individual who has failed the requalification course or testing option may repeat step 3 one time within 12 months of the date of failure. After a 30-day waiting period, the individual shall submit a written request to post for approval before contacting the requalification presenter or post testing center. When an individual fails to successfully repeat step 3, they are no longer eligible for a waiver and must complete the appropriate post-certified basic course, RBC or SIBC, before exercising peace officer powers.
Commissioner Nieto. Just, Director, for the future, when we do make these changes, sometimes I just want to know why we're making the changes if it's not obvious.
Good, thank you. And thank you for allowing us to bring this back. Obviously, it ups some of the training requirements for individuals coming from out of state, as well as lines with other post regulations, and also allows us to deploy the online portal for basic course waivers as opposed to keep getting them through the mail. So we do appreciate you allowing us to bring it back. This is 3A.
So we'll need to go back then and simply ask, is there a motion to approve the proposed changes as delineated to Commission Regs 1005 and 1008, the basic course waiver process as specified in the staff report and as just read into the record by Ms. Holler? Urzel. Motion, second?
Doring, a second.
Second, Doring. Please call the roll. Ms. Essex?
Barcelona, Braun,
Yes.
Brazil, Cooper,
Yes.
Doring,
Yes.
Yule, Gordon,
Yes.
Johnson, Long,
Yes.
Moon,
Yes.
Nieto,
Yes.
Rodriguez,
Yes.
Terrio,
Yes.
Woolry. Motion carries 11 in favor.
Thank you.
We are on 6A. No, we're Peace Officer Standards Accountability Division, 6A. The first item is a report on peace officer revocations based on felony convictions, distinct from the 1029 eligibles we heard earlier. As referenced, I think by Ms. Weiler earlier, this is the last time we will have to do this. The commission has transferred this authority to the executive director since the action is basically ministerial. Bureau Chief Michelle Weiler will report.
Yes, good afternoon, everyone. So just a refresher for everyone and to get Commissioner Rodriguez up to speed. Back in November, I believe, the commission voted to delegate the authority for these revocations to the executive director so that we do not have to come back to a vote from the commission every time. It would expedite the process for these revocations as they are ministerial because the penal code already notes that they shall be revoked. So these are what we have been referring to as 1029 revocations, distinct from the 1029 ineligibles or disqualified we're referring to this morning. This list has 6 individuals on it this time around. And I wanted to point out specifically that 3 of these individuals are from Antioch Police Department. Those 3 individuals are Mr. Morteza Amiri, Mr. Daniel Harris, and Mr. Ben Padilla. The other 3 individuals are Mr. Kevin Carpenter, formerly of the Riverside County Sheriff's Department, Mr. Peter Griffin, formerly of the San Diego Police Department, and Mr. Gregory Salcido, formerly of the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department. So this will be the final time that the commission has to hear this list and vote on it because we did not get this approved through the rulemaking process until after the March commission meeting. So these are the last set of individuals we will be decertifying through this process.
Commissioner Terry, make a motion to approve.
Second, Cooper. Ms. Essex, please call the roll since we're dealing with revocations.
Barcelona,
Yes.
Braun,
Yes.
Brazil,
Yes.
Cooper,
Yes.
Doring,
Yes.
Yule, Gordon,
Yes.
Johnson, Long,
Yes.
Moon,
Yes.
Nieto,
Yes.
Terrio,
Yes.
Woolry, Rodriguez.
Yes.
Motion carries 11 in favor.
Item B is the proposed adoption of disciplinary guidelines. As you recall, we discussed these guidelines in some detail in March. They are back before us today for review. Has a copy been provided to the commissioners
I believe so.
of the amended proposed guidelines we asked to have be developed with changes from the March? Has that been distributed? You got one?
Yes.
Okay, good. All right. Assistant Executive Director Anne Marie Del Munayo and Bureau Chief Michelle Weiler will walk us through the changed proposal.
I know this is the exciting topic of the afternoon, but just to backtrack just a little bit for Commissioner Rodriguez, for the better part of the last year, we've been working to put together a set of disciplinary guidelines, not only for this body and the Peace Officer Standards Accountability Advisory Board, but also, and most importantly, for the administrative law judges who will be hearing the evidentiary cases that come before them. So the process is that the division would review an investigation, make a determination and recommendation, present that to the POSAB board. They would then review, make a determination and recommendation to the commission. The commission then reviews all that information, makes their own recommendation, and should they make that motion for a disciplinary action against a peace officer certification, then the subject peace officer has the option to let that stand or request an appeal to an administrative law judge. And there are four courts that those hearings are held in throughout the state. Generally, they are held in the court that is closest to the subject peace officer's residence. So it's important that we have a consistent set of guidelines for these judges so that the proposed actions made by those judges is consistent throughout the state. Ideally is consistent throughout the state. And they have some expectation of what the commission's expectations might be based on the evidence presented to them on how they should make a recommendation. The commission is not obligated to accept their recommendation. They can make their own separate recommendations. So again, for some consistency's sake, if the commission chooses to deviate, there are guidelines here for how the commission may justify that deviation. So that's the historical context for this. Throughout the year, we have had, I think this is our third meeting with some proposed language. We are hoping that we can get you guys to approve it this time around, because as you heard earlier, we do have 3 individuals who will be going before an administrative hearing later this year, and it would be nice to have this for those ALJs. So in March, we had some discussion not only amongst the commissioners who had some questions and concerns, but the ACLU and a member of the public also expressed some specific concerns. Initially, we looked at the ACLU concerns, and we're not sure that we had to address most of them because the way the guidelines were written. Since that time and since publishing the agenda, we have had some recommendations for additional language that we will be adding. So to make sure I get it all straight, I don't normally read straight from my documents, but I want to make sure I don't miss anything so that we get everything covered in this session here. So one of the ACLU's primary concerns was the suggestion to consider whether there's a pattern of behavior and the use of may when considering potential penalties that are less than revocation for certain allegations of serious misconduct. Specifically, they were concerned with allegations related to bias and oh, sorry, I thought I heard something over there. Specifically, they were concerned with bias and it was law enforcement gangs and physical abuse. So when we were looking at the language, we ultimately decided to strengthen, before you, sorry, is a copy of a marked up copy that was just distributed by Ms. Essex so that you can see specifically what we have changed since the last iteration of this document. So if you go to, I believe, page 11, under physical abuse, that last paragraph, we propose to add a statement that says, however, revocation is not incumbent upon a pattern of behavior, to make clear that while patterns of behavior may play into a consideration of whether or not to revoke or suspend. There does not have to be a pattern of behavior in order for the commission to make that motion to revoke. If the initial allegation or the is egregious enough, the commission can make that determination then. They don't have to see a repeated pattern of physical abuse. The same language will be added if you go to the bottom of page 15 under demonstrating bias. That last paragraph, that same sentence will be added there as well. Also to reiterate that there does not have to be a pattern of behavior for the commission to determine whether or not revocation is the appropriate action. In terms of law enforcement and gang, there was some concern both by the ACLU as well as Commissioner Brazil about whether or not they were coerced into participating in this gang, whether it's by their peers or there's just an organizational culture. If that plays into it, how do we make that distinction? And does that necessarily mean we go easier on them? Our consultants would take all factors into consideration and look at the totality of circumstances. There would have to be evidence that there is coercion. What is that level of coercion? What is their level of tacit participation? Are they just standing by? Are they feeling coerced to actually participate? Those were all things that had to be taken into consideration. So you can see the blue text that's already there at the bottom of page 18. Both of these should be weighed against whether the subject peace officer reported the gang to appropriate supervisors, and if not, why they did not do so. That was added to address Commissioner Brazil's concern regarding their participation, whether it was active or not, and how do we make that distinction and whether or not there should be some level of discipline. And then to address the ACLU's concern, we are adding, however, organizational pressure or coercion does not preclude revocation, to make clear that that is always going to be on the table. The commission has that ability to make that determination. Just because somebody says or there is evidence of coercion does not mean the commission can't still determine that their participation was still egregious enough to warrant revocation. The ACLU also had some concerns and with regard to a demonstration of bias and the participation in a law enforcement gang, and they wanted us to include specific language with regard to their behaviors, any, what's the word I'm looking for? Tattoos and such that are commonalities. And we opted not to add that to the disciplinary guidelines more specifically as their request, because that is already addressed in the standard definition that we have for participation in a law enforcement gang. To add to that might make it more redundant, as well as potentially tighten that definition of what might be considered inclusion in a law enforcement gang. So we did not add those in here. And then the biggest concern of this commission that was discussed in July was optional terms and conditions number 18, the counseling and psychotherapy piece. At the recommendation of Commissioner Gordon and Commissioner Doring, we did seek out additional recommendations, language, did some additional research in terms of culturally competent evaluations, who these practitioners should be that we are relying on, and what kind of language we should be appropriately using here to distinguish, because I know there was also concern about doing a mental health evaluation and a fitness for duty evaluation. So we did separate those two items out. As you can see, we now have number 19, which is the fitness for duty evaluation. It is not meant to overstep on an agency head's ability to recommend a fitness for duty evaluation. I think these are partially geared towards those individuals who are not currently working, because they won't have an agency head to direct them to that, and potentially at the discretion of a practitioner who might see some concerns and want to recommend a third party, not them themselves, conduct a fitness for duty evaluation to determine whether or not this individual may be unsuited at the moment to return to field work while they're seeking treatment, or potentially not able to return to work at all. I know that some of the concerns were, is it post's role to make these determinations? And we absolutely do not think it's our role to do that. We don't have that subject matter expertise, which is why we wanted to distinguish and make more clear in the language that post will be taking on the role of making the recommendation in the optional terms and conditions that they seek an evaluation from a culturally competent practitioner. And then based on their findings and recommendations, then the subject peace officer would either be able to move forward without seeking additional treatment, or they would seek additional treatment at the recommendation of a culturally competent practitioner, not at post's direction. Although that would then later be built into their terms and conditions because it would be the recommendation of a practitioner. Something I know that was a discussion topic and concern is, who are these practitioners going to be? How do we come up with this list? Should we use the individuals who are already established on the list for background investigations? And there was some discussion about, well, are they all culturally competent? Are they simply doing the initial standard evaluation on fitness to be a peace officer versus this person has experienced trauma and needs to be treated for this trauma, or this person has an addiction. What is the cause of the addiction? This person is whatever the potential issue may be. So our proposal is actually to use subject matter experts. Dr. Lee would be spearheading this effort with us, or we've invited her to help spearhead this effort with us, to come up with a resource list for our subject peace officers to go to for these initial evaluations, as well as for continued treatment if necessary. We also hope to provide this information on our website for all law enforcement personnel in the state of California. So it's not exclusive to officers subject to potential disciplinary actions against their certification. It would be available to all peace officers. If somebody wants to self-refer because they see themselves going down this path, it's a list that we can say, hey, this is on our website, or if they're looking for help, we can refer them to this list and say, hey, these practitioners have been vetted by subject matter experts as being culturally competent, and you can seek them throughout the state. Our plan is to do this throughout the state so that if you are in, let's say, Butte County, you don't have to be forced to go see somebody in the Central Valley or the Bay Area. Hopefully we can identify somebody in your region. We'd also, I think the advisory board had also asked, well, what about telehealth? Certainly that would be an option as well if the practitioner doing an evaluation, or the practitioner that the individual has contacted deems that as a viable option, then telehealth would obviously be an option for them as well. I think this goes to a larger plan that we have. I think Raymond's already walked out, that we hope to fold into the organizational wellness plan in the future as well, so that we are attacking this from all angles and providing a holistic approach to organizational wellness and a peace officer's wellness, so that hopefully they can seek treatment before they get to this point, right, of potentially becoming involved in serious misconduct and in essence being forced to seek this treatment. We want to make this as available to everybody as possible, because the goal is to make sure we have healthy officers on the street, not just so that they can return to work after coming through a serious misconduct allegation, but also to stay on the streets in general in the profession. I think that's what I have. Any questions?
Commissioner Doring, I just want to thank post staff for all the work you put in on that. I think the rewording and the amount of effort that you did to explain the definitions was phenomenal. So thank you for all the hard work and putting that in there and spearheading this into a larger discussion to try to get this across the state in general is huge. So thank you.
Oh, and going back to actually Commissioner Brazil's point earlier today, we have invited Dr. Lee to the September commission meeting to hopefully co-present an initial kind of concept of what we are looking for as a long-term, an immediate and a long-term plan for this.
Additional questions?
No questions. I'd actually like to make the motion.
Can I ask a quick question first? Before we make motion? Teetering on the brink of success. Just a question. I'm sure you'll bat it down easily. Why did we strike all the quarterly reporting periods and due dates for probation? You probably want more flexibility, but it went from 1 week to none. I'm just curious.
Primarily, we don't want to isolate dates because it all depends on if it's an order, a final order from the judge, that's going to change the 4-month quarterly period or 3-month quarterly period. If we're doing it as part of a settlement, we need to be fluid with the dates. So those dates will be established at the point that we do the intake with the probationer. And so there'll be dates that are fluid because it's going to be dependent upon when the case is final.
Perfect. Thank you. Thank you very much. So there was a motion.
Second.
From Gordon, a second from Moon. Does Essex please call the roll?
Barcelona,
Yes.
Braun,
Yes.
Brazil,
Yes.
Cooper,
Yes.
Doring,
Yes.
Yule, Gordon,
Yes.
Johnson,
Yes.
Long,
Yes.
Moon, Nieto,
Yes.
Rodriguez, Terrio,
Yes.
Woolery. Motion carried, 11 in favor.
Thank you, Commissioner Gordon and Commissioner Brazil, for contributing so much time and energy to working with us multiple times to try to get it right. It's a much better product. So I appreciate all the input, and the struggle to get here is real, but it's worth it. Thank you.
Thank you, Anne Marie. I was going to also say the same. One, to Commissioner Doring, thank you for acknowledging the staff. The Legal Affairs Bureau and POSAD did a ton of work on this for the last 9 months. But really, the point is to thank Commissioner Brazil and Commissioner Gordon for all the work on this. It was a ton. It was in person, phone calls, Zoom calls. I think we paid you perhaps with a cup of coffee and maybe a bottle of water, and that is it. But thank you for all your continued efforts with this. We really couldn't have done it without you. Thank you. So just to echo what Anne Marie said.
And I have to admit, I sent some last minute emails and they responded very quickly to those last minute emails.
Number 7, the Certification Bureau. This is a report on proposed amendments to Commission Reg 1201, definitions related to peace officer certification. I believe I can characterize this proposed amendments as minor clarifying changes. I'm not sure who's there. Chief Weiler will report. Lindsay Llewellyn is with Chief Weiler.
I'm Lindsay Llewellyn. I'm with the Certification Bureau. Initially, we presented 1201 to you last June to add terms and definitions. And per the recommendation of OAL, they recommended submitting these with the disciplinary guidelines that you just heard. So these definitions would align with these guidelines. Few terms that are being added is accusation, canceled appointment, canceled certificate, conditional certificate, default revocation, denied appointment, denied certificate application, expired, revoked, stipulated settlement, and corporal. We also wanted to make a change to the corporal definition. We found a typo between last June and now. We're simply replacing are with is, but I do need to read it into record. To the text has been added or edited to now read, corporal is a quasi supervisor classification as defined in Commission Regulation 1001 and is not eligible for the supervisory certificate. We did amend 2 terms as well. That would be of first level supervisor and middle management position.
I did also want to clarify, corporal was a definition that we did have in existence in Regulation 1001. And when we shifted some of these definitions and copied over some of the definitions into 1201, we accidentally omitted 1201, omitted corporal from 1201. So it's kind of sort of going back into the regulation. It's not a brand new definition. We're just putting it back.
Any questions? Any concerns? Seeing none, is there a motion? Right. To approve the amendments and described in the staff report. There's a motion and a second. Is there objection to unanimous consent? Seeing none, motion carries unanimously. We'll move to number 8, the Legal Affairs Bureau. Staff recommended amendments to the Commission's Conflict of Interest Code. Legal Bryant Henley from the Legal Affairs Bureau will report.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, Commission members. I'm mindful of the fact that it's been a long day and you're all pretty familiar with Form 700s and statements of economic interest since you have to file them at least annually. So I'll make this very brief with the understanding I'd be happy to answer questions if I'm being too brief. As I mentioned, every year, and for those who are starting or leaving this agency, there are certain members of both all commissioners and employees, and certain employees of Post must file a statement of economic interests. In order to help those persons as they make those filings, there is also a requirement for a state agency to create a conflict of interest code. We have one that we adopted most recently in 2018 that the FPPC approved. That's been the last time we've received an FPPC approved conflict of interest code. And as this body knows, our mandate has changed quite a bit since that time. And in particular, SB2 has created new requirements. And therefore, Post staff have endeavored to prepare amendments to our conflict of interest code to reflect our expanding duties. We submitted those amendments to the FPPC to get their consultation. They provided us some suggestions for changes, and the document that you have before you as agenda item 8 reflects the amendments that FPPC and Post staff recommend to amend our conflict of interest code. So with this body's permission, I'd be happy to answer any questions, but we are here today asking the commission to vote to permit Post staff to proceed with adopting the amendments to the conflict of interest code at this time. And with that, Mr. Chair, I'm open to answer any questions.
Concern about the conflict of interest codes? Seeing none, is there a motion to approve the disciplinary guidelines as amended in the proposed staff draft? Okay.
You said disciplinary guidelines.
Oh, I went back to the other one, sorry. A motion to approve the amendments in reg. Let me ask first if Chief Salazar, if the advisory committee had any
No comments,
comment
Chair.
on this. So then is there a motion to approve the amendments in reg 1201 as described in the staff report?
Nieto moves.
Barrier second.
Is there objection to unanimous consent? Seeing none, the motion carries unanimously.
Mr. Chair, just as a point of clarification, I believe you said
I said
regulation.
1201. I said 1201, yeah. Yep.
Conflict of interest code.
Yeah, conflict of interest code, conflict of interest code for the record. We move now to committee reports. Advisory Committee Chair Chief Jason Salazar will report on the advisory committee meeting held yesterday. And Chief, please include
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll start then, just with some comments from the disciplinary guidelines. The committee received the report and just had some clarifying questions. The biggest area of concern that was brought up was related to the psychotherapy. I will say there was appreciation for the culturally competent providers being included. But on the psychotherapy, one concern that was brought up was that an evaluator could also then be the subsequent provider. And there was some concern over potential conflict with that being the case. So that issue was raised. And then, and a couple of the members brought up concerns about the intersection of potential problems with the psychotherapy piece, where an officer may be on probation with post, also dealing with the separate employment issue with their employer, maybe also dealing with the workers' comp claim, and just how eventually down the road you reconcile those crossroads as they come together. So those were generally the comments related to that item. As far as the committee reports, there was a couple of committee members, either from law enforcement agencies or from educational institutions, that commented about immigration concerns and immigration issues, particularly as it relates to administrative immigration warrants as well as criminal warrants, and looking for some guidance or potentially training on how to handle those situations. And I believe some of the associations are working on submitting some sort of a guidance with regards to those increasing encounters that we're seeing. From Cal Chiefs, I will mention that the Cal Chiefs is in the process of developing a statewide accreditation process. They obtained a grant from US DOJ. This would be something akin to CALIA, although something would be a little bit more accessible, more affordable, but it would be a California statewide accreditation for law enforcement, starting small, probably with patrol type and operations accreditation, but eventually likely would expand into some form of corrections dispatch accreditation as well. I'm just trying to make accreditation and more standards accessible to agencies throughout the state, because very few actually participate in CALIA, largely due to cost. And then I will say there was a number of kudos and appreciation for post staff. So this came from Public Safety Dispatch Representative, who commented, wanted to recognize post staff for working with the dispatch group. Also for post staff that worked with I believe it was Private Presenters Rep with regards to revamping the FTO program. Basic Training Bureau, kudos to post staff on there from CATA, and then from CHP as well, thanking for their assistance in getting their academies rolling. Thanks to post assistants from CPOA with their training courses. So just wanted to acknowledge the post staff and a number of the members of the advisory committee who appreciate the work that post does every day, particularly the staff. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Without objection, Commission will deem the report accepted. All right. We move now to number 10, correspondence. The following correspondence was sent from Post to Shannon D. Dykes, Sheriff, San Bernardino County Sheriff's Department, expressing sympathy for the on-duty death of Deputy Hector Cuevas Jr. To Christian S. Sachs, Chief, Marysville Police Department, expressing sympathy for the on-duty death of Officer Osmar Redarty. Old business, there is none. New business, proposed meeting dates. You have them in your agenda. March 3rd and 4th, 2026, somewhere tentatively in Southern California. June 2nd, 2026, and June 3rd through 4th, Post headquarters. September 16th and 17th, 2026, tentatively Southern California. And December 2026, 1st, 2nd, and 3rd. Post headquarters. B, new advisory committee appointment. Staff requests the commission to appoint Sergeant John Kakariski of the Santa Ana Police Department and president of the Santa Ana Police Officers Association to the Post Advisory Committee as a representative of the California Coalition of Law Enforcement Associations. Assistant Executive Director Jim Grotkow will report on the proposed addition of Sergeant Kakariski to the advisory board. Jim.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and Commission. Essentially, this is a position that is filling a set vacancy that exists. We have a number of positions on the advisory that are set to organizations like PORAC. In this case, it's set here also as well with the California Coalition of Law Enforcement Associations. So this is replacing Juan Viramontes, who was on the advisory representing this organization in the past. So happy to answer any questions on this.
Motion then to add Sergeant Kakrisky to the advisory board.
Motion.
Is there a second?
Area second.
Is there objection to unanimous consent? Seeing none, the motion passes unanimously and we welcome Sergeant Kakrisky to the advisory board. Number 13, future commission dates. Upcoming commission hearings will be held September 9th and 10th at Golden West College in Huntington Beach, and December 3rd and 4th at Post Headquarters. I believe the executive director wants to make a comment about next year's hearings dates.
Correct. Thank you, Mr. Chair. So going back to the proposed meeting dates for next year, just as an FYI, I know we've had some challenges in the past with conflicting schedules. We did vet all of those dates, including with PORAC, because the November meeting generally conflicts. So we've moved it to the first week of December, I believe. So those do not conflict with Cal Sheriffs, Cal Chiefs, CPOA, or PORAC.
Thank you, Mr. Executive Director. We will now adjourn for a brief closed session. Would everyone but commissioners and council please exit the room? We will reconvene here, right? Are we back? Are we open? We're ready to go. Commissioners, is there any additional business? We need a motion to adjourn?
Hold on, let me.
Oh, wait, Toby wants to say what we talked
Yeah,
about.
let me just
Sorry.
report.
Discuss litigation members. So motion to adjourn?
Motion moved.
Is there a second? We are adjourned. It's on a Doring schedule,
Jim's like, Jim's like, let's do it.
the Justin Plain schedule.